Hello students, welcome to last subject of your CS Executive Marathon revisions. I'm starting with financial management. This comes in module 1 or module 2? Module 1, subject number 4. And in this subject there are two parts, accounts and financial management. Accounts comes for dash marks, 60. Financial management is for 40. But there is no clear cut division. Like sometimes it has come for 50, sometimes it has come for 20. Clear cut division is not there. But one common thing in this subject is in every attempt, there are questions from capital structure chapter. So if you ask me which is the most important chapter in the entire syllabus, I would suggest it is capital structure, in which there are two parts. One, that NI approach, NOI approach, approach, that is part 1. Leverage part 2. Every attempt in last 3 attempts has happened in new syllabus. Before that it was MCQ pattern. Only this chapter is common in all the attempts that has happened. The second most important chapter is working capital management. In working capital management, in all 3 attempts, there was a question from inventory management. Inventory ಅಲ್ಲಿ you might remember minimum level, average level, EOQ, etc. Those calculation ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದಾನು question ಬಂದಿದೆ. And also general inventory turnover ratio, average turnover, etc. ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದಾನು question ಬಂದಿದೆ. So these are the only two common things. I'm not your accounts faculty, but when I also observed accounts part of it, underwriter statement, there is question from that, and share issue with security premium past the journal entry. Even that is a common question that has been asked in all 3 attempts till now. When it comes to theory, there are only 2 chapters in the entire syllabus. One is portfolio management. Your last but one chapter. Last chapter is regarding costing, marginal costing. So portfolio management is one chapter, and first chapter, nature and scope of financial management. These are the only 2 chapters in which theoretical questions have come repeatedly in every examination. With this brief background, there is some chapter known as time value of money. If you remember, simple interest, compound interest, annuity, etc. Fortunately or unfortunately, in all 3 attempts, there were 2 questions asked from that chapter. Both are theoretical. Like, give a short note on present value of annuity. Now, what are the 2 types of annuity? Annuity immediate, annuity due. So only 2 theoretical questions have come even from time value of money. As against, it's a very big chapter, simple interest, compound interest, annuity calculation. There has been no practical question at all. I hope you all understood. Dividend policy, or even that marginal costing, last chapter, only 5 mark questions have come. Small chapters they are. So let's start with chapter number 1, which is nature and scope of financial management. Now majorly there are 3 types of questions that can be asked in this chapter. Question number 1, what are the decisions that are involved in financial management? We write 3 points: financing decision, dividend decision, investment decision. This is question number 1. Question number 2, what is involved in financial management? Any basic question about financial management will deal with 2 things: procurement of funds and utilization of funds. Now, I had asked this question even in your test. What do you mean by procurement of funds? You will write about sources of funds, equity, preference, debt, etc. That is regarding procurement. Effective utilization of funds, either it can go to balance sheet ka asset side, where it can be fixed asset, or it can be relating to working capital, which is current assets. So when we say efficient utilization of funds, you will make 2 major parts. First is fixed asset utilization, and second one is working capital utilization. And the last one, the major one, which was not asked in all 3 attempts, and I am expecting a question in your attempt at least, goals involving financial management. There are 2 major goals: shareholders wealth maximization or profit maximization. If I am the shareholder, I want my share capital or the wealth to increase. But if I'm the board of director, I would expect the profit to maximize, correct? So there is conflict, and we'll be writing conflict. So these are the only three types of questions that I expect to come in your exam. There was fourth one, role of financial manager. He can become treasury manager, cash manager, tax manager, etc. That was already asked in exam. So I'm not expecting question from that part, but this is the major one which I feel is still left behind. So what are the three types of questions that can come? First one, decisions in financial management. What are the three decisions? Financing, investing, and dividend decision. What do you mean by financing decision? From where you can get your funds for the company, sources of funds. And this involves risk return analysis as well. Next is investment, asset aside. Where can you invest your money? Whether you have to invest or whether you can take it on lease. All those come under investment decisions. And third one is dividend decision. Now, both financing and investment decisions are asset and liability side and the balance sheet related. Profit and loss. I had some profit. Whether I have to retain that profit or distribute that profit comes under dividend decision. Profit distributed is dividend. Profit retained goes in balance sheet as retained earning. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ? Just write one or two statements in each of these. Now, for any organization, the major goal is wealth maximization. All the shareholders expect that their wealth maximizes, so market value of the share has to maximize. This is the long term objective of any organization. Next, I'll go to your notes, last part of your notes, which is summary. Please open your textbook, last part of your textbook. First chapter under summary. You'll see in this what is meant by financial management. It comprises of planning, forecasting, organizing, everything with respect to financial resource of a company. What are the two aspects of financial management? Procurement of funds and utilization of funds. In procurement of funds, we majorly deal with financing decisions. Now, when it comes to decision, there are three types: investment, financing, and dividend decisions. Next part, procurement of funds. You'll be writing the sources of funds, in which is the costliest source? Equity, owners funds. Which is cheaper comparatively? Debentures and bonds, which you take as loan, it is comparatively cheaper. In which chapter do we calculate this cost? Cost of capital. And the third chapter is there, no? KE, KD, KP, if you remember, those are how we calculate the cost. What has to be given to those people? So owners funds and the equity is generally considered as the costliest, and debentures is generally comparatively is considered as the cheapest source. But when it comes to risk, you need to calculate two things, both risk and return. Risk return analysis ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು statement bariri. After that, you can also include procurement, venture capital, angel financing, commercial bank loan, etc. This is your point number one under aspect procurement of funds. Utilization of funds idella point number two. Under that, you will be writing utilization for fixed asset, utilization for working capital. What is more permanent in nature? Fixed asset. What is more temporary in nature? Working capital. And when we are dealing with working capital, we will also calculate operating cycle. If you remember, D plus raw material plus debtors plus cash minus creditors payment period, that gives you operating cycle. So mention one statement about operating cycle as well. This is regarding efficient utilization of funds. Next part, next page. There are majorly two objectives of financial management: profit maximization and wealth maximization. For this, I remember in the class I had given you this table. Profit maximization is usually short term. It involves calculation of profit, and it gives the direct link between what decision you took versus how is your profit. Whereas when it comes to wealth maximization, this is long term major goal of any organization. It takes into consideration risk, it takes into consideration timing. and this is the return expected by shareholders. Now whatever is the advantage here becomes disadvantage here. In disadvantages of shareholders wealth, there is no clear cut relationship between decision that you take and stock price. Stock market alle, if the price, now yesterday, I don't know how many of you have the habit of watching stock market, entire world market fell down. Indian Nifty also fell down by 1% yesterday. Sensex fell down by 1,000 points yesterday. Now ನಂದು ಯಾವುದೋ ಒಂದು ಆರ್ಗನೈಸೇಷನ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದು and my company is listed in the stock market. If the share price fell yesterday, it has nothing to do with financial decisions that I took inside the company. So when it comes to shareholders wealth, overall market condition also plays a role. So there is no clear cut relationship between financial decisions and this. Second one, this can also lead to anxiety. Now entire world market, India goes into war with Pakistan, any Tom Dick and Harry organization which is registered in this country, that company's share price will fall down for that entire week and nobody can stop it. Adenagate, it leads to anxiety and frustration in the management. These are the disadvantages. Similarly, what are the disadvantages when it comes to profit maximization? I want to show profit for this year, very short term goal. This is first. I don't take into consideration risk. Now what happens if I am a hotel and I want to show more and more profit? I will put more and more soda. I will not take into consideration long time, whether my customers will come back, whether they will have complaint, or what is the risk involved. I'll not take into consideration that. Short term I want to show profit, short term matra irutte, risk I'll not take into consideration. Third, timing is not taken into consideration. And fourth, immediate resources, whatever is available, we try to exploit it. Now that is what is happening even in Pakistan. You know, Pakistan has two parts, the mainland of Pakistan and Balochistan. Balochistan is that left side of Pakistan where there is entire natural resource over there. They have uranium, they have trillion tons of gold deposit over there, coal deposits are there. What did Pakistan do? Instead of improving that, they wanted to take out and generate wealth from that part. So they exploited that region properly. So much that every 38 people out of 100, and the 38 percentage of the entire Balochistan is under poverty. They don't even get 2 times food per day, whereas the resource is going from that part of the country. So that's why you see now Balochistan people are waging war against Pakistan. It's because immediate resource what is available for their profitability they exploit it without actually taking into consideration long term effects. So this is profit maximization versus wealth maximization. I am expecting a question from this part of the chapter. Yes, of course, there's one more last point, which is what are the roles of a financial manager? Now, this question fortunately has already come in exam. 1.5 years ago, in that attempt, they asked this question. So I'm not expecting question from this. But in case it comes in examination, just write about financial manager can become tax manager, cash manager, treasury manager, whatever comes to your mind during that time. You mention of all those subject names and you will get the answer. ಎಲ್ಲಿದೆ ಅದು? This last part. Role of a financial manager is involved in budgeting, forecasting, profit analysis, pricing decisions, etc. etc. HR also involves him. All these things you can write, and that's the end of first chapter. If this chapter comes in exam, it's only for 5 marks. One theory question will come. Otherwise, it doesn't come at all. Is this clear? My next part of the discussion will be cost of capital. The next chapter is cost of capital, and in this chapter, we learn that there are 4 sources of funds: debt, preference share, equity, and retained earning. Any organization can use all these 4. What we pay for these people is known as cost. It can be cost of debt. Debt there are 2 parts. What do you pay for debenture holders' debt? Interest. What do you pay for preference shareholders? Preference dividend. What do you pay for equity shareholders? Equity dividend. What do you pay for retained? ಇದು ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಅಲ್ಲ. It should go back to same equity shareholders. So usually cost of equity and cost of retained earning, both are same. So basically what you pay for receiving this money, that is known as cost. When I start with first one, debt, there are two types of debt. Something that I can repay within 5 years. N is mentioned in the question, that is known as redeemable debt. N is given in the question. N is not mentioned in the question. You don't know how many years it will take for you to repay the money. Then it will be known as irredeemable debentures. I'm starting with first one, which is cost of irredeemable debentures. How much interest you are paying after tax? So you need to subtract tax for this, divided by how much amount you received. This is known as net proceeds. This percentage is known as KD, cost of debentures, dot cost of irredeemable debt. Now, idrali net proceed calculation is very important. In many questions, they would have given flotation cost, some cost involved during expenses during issue of debentures. All those you have to subtract. Nothing is mentioned in the question during that time. If market price of debt is given in the question, you take market price. But if they have given some face value, less some expenses involved, less some flotation cost is involved, then that is going to become your net proceeds. How much is my company receiving for issuing this debentures? Yes, I would have quoted, I want 100 lakh debenture, but ultimately there was some 2% charges involved. So my amount, the net proceeds is not 100 lakh. Debentures holders gave 100 lakh, but ultimately I received just a 98% of it. That will become my net proceeds. This is point one. Point number two, when you're taking interest, remember this has to be annual interest and you have to subtract tax from this. ಎರಡು ತರ formula ಇದೆ. Formula number 1, if interest is in amount, even tax will be in amount and this goes in the numerator. But if the interest is not given in amount terms, say interest is something like this, tax is in percentage format, then you can also do in the bracket 1 minus tax percentage. Even this is fine. Amount kottidre, you will subtract it directly. If amount is not given, you will take 1 minus tax percentage inside the formula. Ma'am, I didn't understand, can you give an example? Say they say interest is equal to 1 lakh, which is rupee, and they say tax is equal to 30,000, this is also in rupee. So my numerator will just become interest minus tax, which is 1 lakh minus 30,000. This goes in numerator. But if they tell interest is 1 lakh rupee, tax is 30 percentage, then in that case, I can also do 1 lakh of 1 minus 30% is nothing but 0.3, 30 by 100, 1 minus 0.3. ಎರಡೂನು ಇರುತ್ತೆ. Do not get confused in examination. Is this clear to everyone? This is first one, which is cost of irredeemable debt is interest after tax divided by net proceeds that you receive ka percentage. When do we use this formula? When number of years is not given in the question. But if number of years is given to me in the question and I know net proceeds is what I receive, redemption is what I have to pay. ಈ redemption ಅಲ್ಲಿ you can redeem at premium as well, you can redeem at discount as well. So ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ cases ಬಂದಾಗ when they use the term premium you have to add, when they use the term discount you have to subtract from the face value. So formula in this case KD is equal to interest. This is again after tax. But along with that, let's say I have to redeem at 100 whereas I received just 90. ಕೇಳಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, I have to redeem at 100, I received only 90. 10 rupee extra ನಾನು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕಾ? That is my cost. So whatever is the redemption value minus whatever is the issue price I received or net proceeds I received. Net proceed ಆದ್ರೂ ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿ, issue price ಆದ್ರೂ ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿ, that's left to you, divided by n. Why am I doing divided by n? Interest is per annum. annual. Even this has to be per annum. 10 difference bantala, say 100, and this is what I received, 90. 10 difference is over the period of 5 years. So every year 2 rupees you take into consideration as cost, divided by, do you remember back then I took only net proceeds? Do you remember that? Avang net proceeds yak tagonde because I had no information about redemption value. ಈಗ I know that within next 10 years I'm going to redeem. ಹಾಗಾದ್ರೆ I have to take average amount that will go in my balance sheet. What is that average amount? How do you usually calculate average? It is redemption value plus net proceeds or issue proceeds divided by 2. This is how you calculate average. This is like beginning, this is the end. Beginning plus end divided by 2 will give you average amount that will be there in your balance sheet. Did everyone understand this formula? Remember, KD is always in percentage format. I'm putting 2 questions on your screen. I want you to take out your rough book, work out these 2 questions and let me know the answer. Question number 1. What the hell? Which chapter is this? Capital structure, Radhika. Okay. Your question 1 is first question. Company issued 10,000 10% debentures of 100 each, which will be matured on 2018. When did you receive the money? 2013. When is it maturing? 2018. How many years are involved? 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. 5 years. N gotto. So which formula will you use? Second formula in which N is there. Company wants to know the current cost of existing debt and the market price of debenture is 80. What do you mean by this? Market price, how much you received. That is market price. So this is issue price or this is the net proceeds that you are receiving. Whenever you have to redeem, it is at 100 face value. But what you received is just 80 rupee. 20 rupee extra you are paying. Remember this. Compute the cost of existing debentures assuming 35% tax rate. Start. I'll give you exactly 1 minute time. Try to apply some formula and come out with the answer. Quick. 11.67%. Okay. Others? 11.67. Okay, just a minute. I'm searching where is the answer. Perfect. First, we are calculating in, which is for 5 years. Net proceeds is what you receive. It can be market price, it can be face value, or it can be face value minus some cost. E question only market price is given. This is what I received. Issue price 80. Redemption is always at face value if nothing is mentioned in the question. 100, tax is 35%. And this is the formula. Interest which is 10. How do I know interest is 10? They have given in the question 10% debenture on 100 rupee. And the interest will be 10% of 100, which is equal to 10 minus tax plus redemption value 800 minus issue price 80 by 5 whole divided by average of these two will become 90. 100 ತಗೊಳ್ಳಲ್ಲ 80 ತಗೊಳ್ಳಲ್ಲ. We will take 90 in the denominator into 100 percentage ಬೇಕು ನನಗೆ. Your final answer becomes 11.67. How many got this answer? 11.67%. Good, good. Hands down. So I hope everyone got brief idea regarding how we calculate cost of debt. Similar one is cost of preference shares, with one difference that preference dividend is already after tax. ಈಗ ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟ್ಗೆ ಡಿಬೆಂಚರ್ ಹೋಲ್ಡರ್ಸ್ಗೆ ವಿ ಪೇ ದೆಮ್ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಅಂಡ್ ದೆನ್ ವಿ ಪೇ ಟು ನಿರ್ಮಲಾ ಸೀತಾರಾಮನ್. ವೆರಾಸ್ ಡಿಬೆಂಚರ್ ಹೋಲ್ಡರ್ಸಿಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಾಯ್ತು, ಐ ಗೇವ್ ಟು ನಿರ್ಮಲಾ ಸೀತಾರಾಮನ್ ಬ್ಯಾಲೆನ್ಸ್ ಅಮೌಂಟ್ ಡಿವಿಡೆಂಡ್ ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀನಿ ಔಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಪ್ರಾಫಿಟ್, ಅಂಡ್ that dividend first goes to preference shareholders. So only difference in this entire formula is ಈ part ಅಲ್ಲಿ I will only take preference dividend. I will not do minus tax. Second tax is already paid. Is this clear to you? Yes, ma'am. So we are starting with second one. Just a minute. Strike eraser. What the hell? Okay. We are starting with second one, which is preference dividend. There are also two types of preference share capital: redeemable, irredeemable. N is mentioned in the question, it becomes redeemable. N is not mentioned, you cannot redeem it, irredeemable agate. And formula for this irredeemable preference share is what you pay, preference dividend divided by net proceed that you receive. Second, when it comes to redeemable, preference dividend plus, the redemption value minus net proceed by n whole divided by average amount redemption value plus net proceed divided by 2. So it is basically similar to cost of debt that we already studied. If you have understood this, I'm going to start with the questions. Question 1 is there on your screen. Just a minute. I want you to calculate this. Fifth one. R Energy is issuing preference stock 100 rupee with dividend of 12, flotation cost of 3%. Calculate cost of preference share. Is there any information about how many years you would take? No. Hagadre idu irredeemable preference share. How much dividend are you paying? 12. How much money did you ideally receive? Ideally, it should have been 100. But 3% expense, 100 minus 3%, 97 is what you received. So your answer will be 12 divided by 97 percentage button. What's the answer? Correct. %12.37%. Correct, Allah? 12 divided by 97. So I hope everyone understood, whenever flotation cost is involved, the amount that you receive is going to get reduced, not the amount that you're paying. Next, another question. X Limited issued 2000 10% preference shares of 100 each at 95. Calculate cost of preference shares. How much is the preference dividend? 10%. It's always on face value. 100. 10% into 100. 10 rupee barutte. How much did you receive? It's not 100. You just received 95. So your answer will be 10 by 95 into 100. 10.53%. Is this clear? Class? Yes, ma'am. This is regarding irredeemable. I don't know number of years. That's not mentioned in the question. What if number of years is mentioned in the question? We'll go to next problem. This one. Redeemable after 10 years at premium of 10. Face value 100 idre, I have to pay to my preference shareholders 110 ante. Start. You apply the second formula and tell me the answer now. Company issued 12% preferences. Question number 7. Repeat. 11.92%. Okay. Others? 11.92. Let's start. I don't care about number given in the question. 40,000, etc., etc. I don't want to know about that. Just a minute, I'll search where is the answer. Either now. Is this the one? Yes. Company issued 40,000, 40,000 ala, 50,000 ala, 1 lakh, whatever they say, we don't care. 12% redeemable preference shares of 100 each at premium of 5. Issued at premium of 5 andre, you should ideally receive 105. But there was flotation cost of 2 rupee andre you are receiving 105 minus 2 103. So this is my point number 1. Issued at premium of 5 and cost of 2. So your answer is going to become 103 net proceeds. So in the formula, wherever you have net proceeds, both the places you will take 103 and 103. Next is redeemable value, redemption value. It is redeemable after 10 years at premium of 10. 100 face value ge 10 rupee premium, 110 will become your redemption value. In both the cases 110, 110. Next, question mentions 12% preferences. So, debenture dividend value D will become 12. Apply this formula, you will get the answer 11.92 percentage. Is this clear to everyone? That's it regarding cost of preferences. Third, most important one is cost of equity. And there are 4 ways in which we can calculate this cost of equity. I'm trying to show the different methods of calculation of cost of equity. One is dividend is given in the question. You can use this approach. Earning, andre profit is given in the question. Then you can use second approach. Next, something regarding growth percent is given in the question. Third approach, ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ನಿಮಗೆ ಸಿಲೆಬಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಡಿ. The most important one is capital asset pricing model, CAPM approach. Let's start with first one, which is dividend approach. If dividend is mentioned in the question, cost of equity will be how much dividend you pay to these equity shareholders by what is the net proceeds that you received. Same thing, face value minus flotation cost, etc. That gives you this net profit, net proceeds value. Usually there is no question asked in exam from this dividend approach in the ಕೇಳಿಲ್ಲ ಯಾವುದನ್ನು. Second, earnings approach. Instead of giving you dividend, if they give you total profit, I know profit ultimately. See, I already paid debenture holders interest. I already paid Nirmala Sitaraman tax. ಮಿಕ್ಕಿರೋ ಎಲ್ಲ ಅಮೌಂಟ್ ಎಂಟೈರ್ ಅಮೌಂಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಟು ಗೋ ಟು ಈಕ್ವಿಟಿ ಶೇರ್ ಹೋಲ್ಡರ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ. ಸೊ ಪ್ರಾಫಿಟ್ ದಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಗಿವನ್ ಟು ಯು ಇನ್ ದ ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್ ಡಿವೈಡೆಡ್ ಬೈ ನೆಟ್ ಪ್ರೊಸೀಡ್ಸ್ is going to give you cost of equity. This is second approach. Better than this is when growth is given in the question. So earning athwa profit andre this is the second part. Idrin ನಾನು ಎಕ್ಸಾಮ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಯೂಶುವಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಕೇಳಿಲ್ಲ. But third one, which is Gordon's approach, is something that has been asked quite frequently in examination. And Gordon's approach says that um, P naught is equal to D1 divided by 1 plus KE. Okay, ಈ ಕಡೆ ಎಲ್ಲಾದ್ರೂ ಬರೆಯೋಣ. KE according to Gordon's approach. That means they have given growth in the question. What's the formula? D1 divided by P naught total plus T na? Yes, ma'am. This comes in percentage. This is also in percentage format. ಏನಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ, I will explain this formula when I am doing Gordon's approach in dividend decision chapter. ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪ್ಲೈನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ, ಇಲ್ಲಲ್ಲ. You will get to know how we derive this from there. This you already understood. Dividend divided by net proceed. Usually, this is the formula that we take. But if there is growth in the company, my equity shareholders will also expect growth. ಎಲ್ಲಾರ್ಗು ಆರ್ಗನೈಸೇಷನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಯಾಲರಿ ಇನ್ಕ್ರಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿದ್ರೆ ನಂಗೂ ಇನ್ಕ್ರಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಬೇಕು. ಸೊ ಎವ್ರಿ ಒನ್ ಇಸ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಸರ್ಟನ್ ಡಿವಿಡೆಂಡ್, ದಟ್ ಇಸ್ KE. But everyone is having growth. Even I want growth ಅಂತ ಶೇರ್ ಹೋಲ್ಡರ್ ಹೇಳ್ತಾನೆ. So it will be D1 divided by net proceeds or P naught plus G. This is the formula, and lot of examination questions came from this formula. But the most important one, unfortunately never asked in new syllabus, is the next one, which is capital asset pricing model. According to this, KE is equal to, now we will have some risk-free rate mentioned in the question. Plus, if I invest in entire stock market, then I expect something from stock market as compared to risk-free rate. Say, if I put my money in a bank FD, safe agidya, I would expect 6%. 6%. If I invest the same money in stock market, India-Pakistan war, Ukraine-Russia war, more volatile, I expect more return. 10% ನಾನು ರಿಟರ್ನ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಾ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಬಟ್ ನನ್ನ ಕಂಪನಿ ಇಸ್ ಅಡಾನಿ. ಕಂಪೇರ್ ಟು ಎಂಟೈರ್ ಸ್ಟಾಕ್ ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಐ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಡಬಲ್ ರಿಸ್ಕ್. ಎವ್ರಿಥಿಂಗ್ ಇಸ್ ಪ್ರಾಪರ್. Adani can suddenly start falling down. That we call as beta. So that beta may be twice as compared to entire stock market. So the formula is risk-free rate plus risk premium for investing in the stock market into beta risk for my company alone. Is this clear to everyone? Yes, ma'am. Let's start with the questions now. Question 1. So formula completely depends on what information is given to you in the question. I want you to calculate ninth one, CAPM approach. Beta is given 1.75. Market 15%. Risk-free rate 10%. Calculate cost of equity. $18%. 18.75%. ನೋಡುವ. I have no clue where the hell it is, but K is equal to risk-free rate plus market premium for investing in stock market into beta. Risk-free rate is given in the question as 10% plus market premium. If I invest in stock market, I expect 15%. There 5% extra compared to risk-free rate. But because you are investing in my company, 1.75 extra I want in total. Do this calculation. 10 plus 5 into 1.75. How much are you getting? 18.75 percentage. Why I use this formula? Because question told beta, question told RM. Question only, instead of this, they give something like this. ABC company, market price is 25, 2 rupee dividend, growth rate 6%. Devro. Growth anta barodu only in Gordon's formula. And what is the formula? K is equal to D1 divided by P naught plus G. All you have to do is identify D1, next year's dividend, P naught current market price that I will receive, G growth rate given in the question. Identify, help me out with the answer. Identify cost of equity. Only first part. Yes, Aditya? 14%. Okay. 14.48. ಆದಿತ್ಯ ಡೆಸಿಮಲ್ಸ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ನುಂಗ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾನೆ ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ಲಿ. ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡೋಣ. Company's equity share quoted in a market 25. It pays dividend 2. Investor expects 6%. It paid last year dividend 2. Agidre, you should have added 6% for this too. It didn't say like that. Use sage of the wordings was it will pay or it pays, and then it becomes D1. I hope everyone knows the difference between these two. D0 andre last year's what was already paid, but if the question uses D1, that means it is current year or what will be paid in the future. So direct agi namge 2 kottidare question alli. It will be 2 divided by how much did you receive market in the 25 plus G growth rate is equal to 6%. Either you convert this as percentage, 6 also as percentage. Illa you convert both into decimal. ಈ 6% ಅನ್ನು 0.06 ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿ. 2 by 25. How much is 2 by 25? 0.08. ಎರಡೂ ಈ ತರ ತಗೋಬಹುದು, ಆರ್ ಎರಡನ್ನು ಪರ್ಸೆಂಟೇಜ್ ತಗೋಬಹುದು. You will get 14 point some percentage. Exact 14, ah? Is this clear to everyone? Yes, ma'am. So that's it regarding cost of equity. Cost of retained earning is also same as cost of equity in most of the cases, except if the question mentions personal tax. Appi tappi adru, if you see this word personal tax, then yellow itadu, not this. Dear enter. Yes. Cost of retained earnings, you see K divided by D divided by net proceeds, earning divided by net proceeds, everything is same. D1 divided by P naught plus T. All of these are what we learned already in cost of equity. So cost of retained earning, cost of equity are usually same, except ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾದರೂ ಪರ್ಸನಲ್ ಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟರ್ ಅಂತ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮೆನ್ಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಡ್ಯೂರಿಂಗ್ ದಟ್ ಟೈಮ್ ವಾಟ್ ಎವರ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಈಕ್ವಿಟಿ ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಕ್ಯಾಲ್ಕುಲೇಟೆಡ್ ಸಬ್ಟ್ರಾಕ್ಟ್ ಪರ್ಸನಲ್ ಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್ ಸಬ್ಟ್ರಾಕ್ಟ್ ಫ್ಲೋಟೇಷನ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ದಟ್ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿಕಮ್ ಯೋರ್ ಫೈನಲ್ ಆನ್ಸರ್. ಜನರಲಿ ಇದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್ ಇಲ್ಲ. They never asked any question. Even in old syllabus also, generally they never asked any question from cost of retained earning. ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ನಾವು ಯಾಕೆ ಕಲಿತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ? ಟು ಕ್ಯಾಲ್ಕುಲೇಟ್ ಸಮಥಿಂಗ್ ನೋನ್ ಆಸ್ WACC, overall cost of capital, weighted average cost of capital. And how do we calculate this? There are two ways to calculate. Method number one, where you create a table. Question ali sources of funds they would have mentioned as equity share capital, preference share capital, debentures or debt, retained earning. They would have mentioned this along with the amount. Let's say the amount is total 100 ali. This is 50, this is 30, this is 10 and this is 10. If they have mentioned like this, what you should do? Step number 1, calculate weight. Total of the weight is always equal to 1, which means this will become 0.5, 0.3, 0.1, 0.1. Ma'am, how did you get it? 50 by 100, 30 by 100, 10 by 100, 10 by 100. You get this column number 2. ಈ ವೆಯ್ಟಿಗೆ you multiply cost that is given to you in the question or you calculate. KE calculate ಮಾಡಿ, KP calculate ಮಾಡಿ, KD calculate ಮಾಡಿ, KR calculate ಮಾಡಿ. After multiplying these two, you get weighted cost. ಈ weighted cost ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, next one this into this. So KE into 0.5, 0.3 into KP, 0.1 into KD, 0.1 into KR. ಇದ್ರದೆಲ್ಲ ಟೋಟಲ್ ಮಾಡಿ, this total is known as weighted average cost of capital. Is this clear to everyone? Generally, we do table like this. Table ಯಾರ್ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಬೇಡ ಇದನ್ನೇ ಫಾರ್ಮುಲಾ ತರಾನು ಹಾಕೋಬಹುದು. And that formula will be, ಎಲ್ಲೋಯ್ತು ಫಾರ್ಮುಲಾ? Where's the formula? ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ ಬಿಡಿ, ನಾನೇ ಬರೀತೇನೆ. Formula will be KE upon equity plus KP upon preference share capital plus multiplication ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತಲ್ಲ, KE into equity out of total capital plus KP into preference share upon total capital plus KR into retained earning upon total capital plus KD into debt in the total capital whole divided by total capital percentage. ಈ ಫಾರ್ಮುಲಾನು ಹಾಕ್ಬೋದು. In the class, I generally never taught you this. I did not teach you how to do this. Table ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಕೋದನ್ನೇ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದು. Basically, this is weight and this is KP, KD, KE, KR. Whole divided by total cost will give you weighted average cost of capital. ಮಾಡಿ ನೋಡೋಣ ಇದನ್ನ. I am going to put one question to you on the screen. Usually questions regarding this are big. This 17th one. Capital structure consists of 50 lakh equity shares, 10% preference shares of 10 lakh, 12% debenture of 30 lakh, cost of equity 14.7, income tax rate is 30%. ಯಾಕ್ ಬೇಕು income tax rate? KD ಗೆ. Only for debt. 12% ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ KD ಆಗಲ್ಲ, 12 minus 30% KD ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. Calculate overall weighted average cost of capital. I'll give you 1 minute time. You try something and tell me. Anyone got the answer? Your answer will be in between 10%, 12%, 14%. Something in the middle. Average and rate will be middle of 10%, 12%, 14%. Something in the middle only you will get. 13.58. ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. 13 ಹೆಂಗಾಗುತ್ತೆ? ಓಕೆ. ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಈಕ್ವಿಟಿ 14 ಇದೆಯಾ? ಓಕೆ, ಕುಡ್ ಬಿ ಪಾಸಿಬಲ್. ಐ ಡೌಟ್ ಇಟ್. ಬೇರೆ ಯಾರಿಗಾದ್ರು 13.41. ಓಕೆ, ನೋಡೋಣ. What's the question number? 17. Let me check. Okay, we will only sit and calculate. ಇಲ್ಲೂ ಒಂದಿದೆಯಾ? ಇದೇ ಕ್ವಶನ್. 12.08. I was wondering, ಕಾಮನ್ ಸೆನ್ಸೇ ಅಪ್ಲೈ ಮಾಡಿ. ಸಿ, ಯೋರ್ ಕ್ಯಾಪಿಟಲ್ ಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಚರ್ ಇಸ್ 50 lakh, 10 lakh, 30 lakh. ಹಾಕೋಣ. 50 lakh, 10 lakh, 30 lakh. ಮ್ಯಾಕ್ಸಿಮಮ್ ಯಾವುದಿದೆ? 50 lakh. ಇದು 14 ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಸಮ್ ಪರ್ಸೆಂಟೇಜ್ ಇದೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ? 14.7. ಮಿನಿಮಮ್ ಯಾವ್ದ್ರಿದೆ? ಅದ್ರದ್ದು ವಿಚ್ ಇಸ್ 10 lakh. 10 lakh ಪ್ರಿಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಶೇರ್ಸ್ಗೆ 10% ಅಂತ ಹಾಕಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಯೋರ್ ಆನ್ಸರ್ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ಇನ್ ಮಿಡಲ್ ಆಫ್ ದೀಸ್ ಟು. ಅಪ್ರಾಕ್ಸಿಮೇಟ್ಲಿ 12% ಬರಬೇಕು. ಸೇ ಇವನ್ ಇಫ್ ಐ ಟೇಕ್ ದಿಸ್, ವಾಟ್ ಎವರ್ ಇಸ್ ದ ಆನ್ಸರ್, ಯೋರ್ ಆನ್ಸರ್ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ಜನರಲಿ ಇನ್ ಬಿಟ್ವೀನ್ ಮ್ಯಾಕ್ಸಿಮಮ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಮಿನಿಮಮ್ 12% ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಲೆಟ್ಸ್ ಚೆಕ್ ದ ಆನ್ಸರ್. ಸಿ, ಐ ವಿಲ್ ಡ್ರಾ ದಿಸ್ ಟೇಬಲ್. 50 lakh, 10 lakh, 30 lakh ಅಂದರೆ ಟೋಟಲ್ ಇಸ್ 90 lakh. ಸೊ ದ ವೇಟ್ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ 5/9, 10/90, 30/90, or 5/9, 1/9, 3/9. This is your weight column. K, they have directly given in the question 14.7, 10. This you have to be careful. 8.4. Why 8.4? Question ali they mentioned debenture is 12%, but I know it should be after tax of 30%. So interest minus tax 8.4% ಬರುತ್ತೆ. Your next column will be weighted cost. 14.7 into 0.55, 10 into 0.11, 8.4 into 0.33. ಇದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ add them up. That's your answer. 12.08%. Is this clear to everyone? Exam ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದನ್ನ 5 marks ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ this is how you do. Instead of this, they can also give one more column, book value, market value. ಎರಡೆರಡು ಕಾಲಮ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಾಗ it becomes a 10 mark question. ಬುಕ್ ವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂ ಈ ಥರ, ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟ್ ವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂಗೆ ಮತ್ತು ಒಂದು, ವೇರ್ ಅಕಾರ್ಡಿಂಗ್ ಟು ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟ್ ವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂ 50 lakh, 10 lakh, 30 lakh, that is going to get changed. So I'll give you a question based on that, where there are both book value and market value. And this is your examination question. Just a minute, I'll open exam question directly. Start ಮಾಡೋಣ exam questions. Let's see whether you can crack the answer or not. This question. Calculate ending al nodi percentage of cost of capital to the company for debenture and for equity. That means they are asking you two things, KD, KE. ಏನೇನ್ ಇನ್ಫಾರ್ಮೇಶನ್ ಇದೆ? I have profit, interest on debentures. ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಬೇಕು ಇದು interest on debentures? KD ಗೆ. Next, net profit, equity share capital, reserves and surplus, debenture holders, so and so. Market price of equity is 12 rupee. Market price of debenture is 93.75 rupee. ಏನು ಬೇಕಾದರೂ calculate ಮಾಡಿ. 5-mark question. I'm giving you 3 minutes time. Once you say that you're done, raise the hand. ಕನ್ಫ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಇದೆ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬ್ಯಾಲೆನ್ಸ್ ಶೀಟ್ ಇಂದಾನು 200 220 ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಇಲ್ಲೋನು ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟ್ ಪ್ರೈಸ್ 93.75 12 ಅಂತ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ವಿ ಡೋಂಟ್ ನೋ ವಾಟ್ ಟು ಟೇಕ್. ಐ ಡೋಂಟ್ ನೋ. ಯು ಕ್ಯಾಲ್ಕುಲೇಟ್, ಯು ರೈಸ್ ದ ಹ್ಯಾಂಡ್. ಐ ವಾಂಟ್ ಯು ಟು ಸಾಲ್ವ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಸಬ್ ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್ 1. ಯಾವ್ದಪ್ಪ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಗ್ರೂಪು? ಆದಿತ್ಯ, ವಾಟ್ಸ್ ಯುವರ್ CS ಎಕ್ಸಿಕ್ಯೂಟಿವ್ ಗ್ರೂಪ್ ನೇಮ್? ಜೂನ್ 2024 ಅಂತ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ ಅದಾ? ಓಕೆ. ಏನ್ ಕ್ಯಾಲ್ಕುಲೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು? ಓನ್ಲಿ ಸಬ್ ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್ 1. ಅಕಾರ್ಡಿಂಗ್ ಟು ಬುಕ್ ವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂ ಅಂಡ್ ಅಕಾರ್ಡಿಂಗ್ ಟು ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟ್ ವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂ, ಕ್ಯಾಲ್ಕುಲೇಟ್ weighted average cost of capital. This is June 2024 question. Do you see debenture? Debenture ಅಲ್ಲಿ we know irredeemable, redeemable. Question ನೋಡೋಣ. Is there any information about debenture being in certain years? Yes. 5 years ಅಂತ ಮೆನ್ಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ರು. That means I have to use formula 1 or formula 2? Formula 2, where it is redeemable debentures. Formula 2 ಹಾಕೋಣ. First issue heading, calculate KD. Second issue heading, calculate KD. Calculate KD and tell me the answer. ಅಷ್ಟೇ. I'm not asking you more. KD calculate ಮಾಡಿ. Okay, time for me to work out this. I will only take into consideration June 2024 question 5.1 KD, which is cost of debt. I will give the heading first issue and also second issue. What's the generic formula of KD? Interest after tax plus RV minus net proceeds by N whole divided by RV plus net proceeds divided by 2. This percentage I have to calculate. Let's start. First issue ge. What is the interest given in the question? 12%. Tax ಬಗ್ಗೆ, is there any word mentioned anywhere in the question? Yes. Point number 5 ಅಲ್ಲಿ they have mentioned 30%. So what will I do for first issue? 12 minus 30%. ತಗೊಳ್ಳೋಣ. 12 of 1 minus 30%. ಆಗಿದೆಯಾ? Similarly, second issueಗೆ 13 of 1 minus 30%. Ma'am, how did you get 13? 13% debenture. This is done. Next. Redemption value. Have they told redeemable at premium, redeemable at discount? ಏನೂ ಹೇಳಿಲ್ಲ. So face value 100 rupee, face value redeemable 100 rupee. Redemption ಗೆ ಎರಡೂ ಕಡೆ RV ಗೆ I will take 100 100. ಇಲ್ಲೂನು ಅಷ್ಟೇ whole divided by 100 100. If this is clear, net proceeds ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, let's take this. Sub point 2 says there is 2% flotation cost. Andre 100 ಅಲ್ಲಿ I will not receive 100, I will only receive 98. This is minus 98 divided by n ಏನು for how many years? 8 years. Okay. Sub question 2 nalli there is no word mentioned about, there is nothing mentioned about flotation. ಹಾಗಾದ್ರೆ ಏನು ತಗೊಳ್ಳೋಣ ನಾವು? 100 minus 100 divided by 5. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು ಪ್ರೀಮಿಯಂ ಇಲ್ಲ. Basically that part becomes 0. You do this calculation percentage. Tell me what percent are you getting? First one, 12 minus 30%. ಅಂದ್ರೆ 8.4. ಇಲ್ಲಿ 100 minus 98 ಅಂದ್ರೆ 2 rupee divided by 8 ಅಂದ್ರೆ 0.25. So 8.4 plus 0.25 divided by ಇಲ್ಲಿ plus 98 divided by 2 ಅಂದ್ರೆ 99 rupees. ಇಲ್ಲಿ 100 plus 100 divided by 2 ಅಂದ್ರೆ 100 ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಇದು. This will be 13% after tax, 9.1. Do this calculation, percentage button hote. Tell me what's the value you are getting. First one, 8.73 percentage. Second alle 9.1 percentage. So first thing is done. KD. Now you calculate KP. What's the formula? Preference dividend plus RV minus NP divided by N whole divided by RV plus NP divided by 2. Do this calculation. KP do ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ? I will put the question on the screen. 2.5 lakh, 10%, point number 4. Correct. How many got KP? Only one even now. ನಾನು start ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. What is preference dividend given in the question? 10 percentage plus redemption value. 100 preference share is redeemable at par. Very good. Redeemable at par ಅಂತ ಅಂದ್ರೆ 100ಗೆನೇ redemption ಆಗತ್ತೆ. Minus net proceed is what you receive after flotation cost. 3% flotation cost ಅಂತ ಹಾಕಿದ್ದಾರೆ. How much will you receive? 100 97 97. So this will be minus 97 divided by how many years is this? 10 years maturity. Whole divided by 100 plus 97 divided by 2 percentage. Do the calculation. You will get 10.46 percentage KP. Did everyone get this? It's easy. When you look at that big question, you get scared. Cut it down into parts. KP is done, KD is done. Next is KE. KE, there are 4 ways. Look at the board. First ಯಾವುದು? Simplest one, dividend. Dividend ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದಾರಾ ನೋಡಿ. Go to other information. Is there anything about dividend? Yes, ma'am. Life is sorted now. Dividend divided by net proceeds into 100. Net proceeds ಏನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ? ಏನು ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟ್ ಪ್ರೈಸ್ ಅನ್ನೇ ತಗೊಳ್ಳೋಣ 25. So what will be your formula? Dividend divided by net proceeds into 100. 3 divided by market price into 100. What's the value? 12%. Exact. Okay. Simple. KE done. Last KR. Usually KE, KR are same. Usually. Kalnan Maklu, if they give you some other information like personal tax, marginal tax, capital gain tax, ಅದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಸಬ್ಟ್ರಾಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಬೇಕು. ಮೈನಸ್ ವಾಟ್ ಎವರ್ ಇಸ್ ದ ಮಾರ್ಜಿನಲ್ ಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್, ಮೈನಸ್ ಕ್ಯಾಪಿಟಲ್ ಗೇನ್ ಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್, ವಾಟ್ ಎವರ್ ದೆ ಗಿವ್, ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಸಬ್ಟ್ರಾಕ್ಟ್ ಇಟ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಸಿ. ಹೋಗೋಣ. KR retained earning 1.5 lakh. Go down. Shareholder has 25% tax, personal tax. Bantu illi. So we will take 12% of tax of 1 minus 0.25, 25% tax. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕ್ಯಾಪಿಟಲ್ ಗೇನ್ ಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್ ಇಸ್ 20%. ಅದನ್ನು ಕಿತ್ ಬಿಸಾಕಿ. 1 minus 20%. Do the calculation. 12 into 0.75 into 0.8. Sorry, I did a mistake. ಪರ್ಸನಲ್ ಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್ ಮಾತ್ರ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ತಗೋತೀವಿ ನ್ಯೂಮರೇಟರ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ. ಡಿನಾಮಿನೇಟರ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ವಾಟ್ ಎವರ್ ಇಸ್ ದ ನೆಟ್ ಪ್ರೊಸೀಡ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ಟರ್ ಕ್ಯಾಪಿಟಲ್ ಗೇನ್ ಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್ ಆಗುತ್ತದು. ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ಅ ಮಿಸ್ಟೇಕ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಮೈ ಎಂಡ್. ಸೊ 12 is your KE. We can understand that. But divided by whatever net proceeds or the market value, whatever you have, I have 25 rupees market price per share of 1 minus capital gain tax. Do this calculation now. You can directly do 12 minus 25%, 25 minus 20%. Even then you'll get the answer. Let me know what value are you getting. How much did you get? Huh? What is 12 into 75%? ಹೀಗೆ ಮಾಡೋದಲ್ವಾ ಯೂಶುವಲ್ ಆಗಿ. ಡಿವಿಡೆಂಡ್ ಆಫ್ಟರ್ ಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್ ಈಗ ಮಾಡಿ ನೋಡಿ. ಡಿವಿಡೆಂಡ್ ಆಫ್ಟರ್ ಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್ ಬೈ ನೆಟ್ ಪ್ರೊಸೀಡ್ಸ್. ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಟೈಮು ಡಿವಿಡೆಂಡ್ ಬೈ ನೆಟ್ ಪ್ರೊಸೀಡ್ಸ್ ತಗೊಂಡಿದೆ. ಈಗ ಡಿವಿಡೆಂಡ್ ಆಫ್ಟರ್ ಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಶೇರ್ ಹೋಲ್ಡರ್, ನೆಟ್ ಪ್ರೊಸೀಡ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ಟರ್ ಕ್ಯಾಪಿಟಲ್ ಗೇನ್ ಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್. ಈಗ ಮಾಡಿ ನೋಡಿ. ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ 12% ಬಂದಿದ್ರೆ ಯೋರ್ ಆನ್ಸರ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಟು ಬಿ ಅಪ್ರಾಕ್ಸಿಮೇಟ್ಲಿ ಈಕ್ವಲ್ ಟು ದ ಸೇಮ್ ಥಿಂಗ್, which is 11.25%. Approximately KE, KR are same usually. Now it is correct. Generally what we do, KE minus tax. ನಾನು ಹಂಗೆ ಮಾಡಿದೆ, ನನಗೆ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆನ್ಸರ್ ಬರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ವಾಟ್ ಐ ಡು, KE however I did, ಇಲ್ಲೇನೆ ಆಫ್ಟರ್ ಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಇಂಡಿವಿಜುವಲ್, ಆಫ್ಟರ್ ಕ್ಯಾಪಿಟಲ್ ಗೇನ್ ಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್ ತಗೊಂಡು ಐ ಕ್ಯಾಲ್ಕುಲೇಟೆಡ್ ಅಂಡ್ ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ದ ವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂ. Weird calculation. What do we do after this? The main question was to calculate WACC, weighted average cost of capital, using book value weight, market value weight. So we have two boxes now. Box 1 with the heading book value weight. Box 2 with the heading market value weight. Let's start. What are the sources you have? Source ಅಲ್ಲಿ You have equity share capital, preference share capital, first issue debenture, second issue debenture, and retained earning. So let's take into consideration all of these. Let's start writing amount. And how do you get this amount? This is from book value. Remember, amount is book value amount. And then what is mentioned in the question? Let's start what is mentioned in the question. Andre ee table in the etbeku. Equity share capital 6 lakh. Preference share capital 2.5 lakh. Let's write these values. 6 lakh, 2.5 lakh, 3 lakh, 2 lakh and 1.5 lakh. Do the total, you will get 15 lakh. I want to take their respective weight. And how do you get the weight? Illi 1 anta consider madidre. This is 6 by 15, 2.5 by 15, 3 by 15, 2 by 15 and 1.5 by 15. You get some decimal values. Multiply cost for them, cost that we already calculated. Cost will be equity share capital ige KE, which is 12 percentage. 12. Next, KP, preference share capital, and that will be 10.46 percentage. Next, KD. Separately, we did the calculation and we get 8.73, 9.1. 8.73, 9.1. And last one, retained earning, KR, which is 11.25 percentage. Once you complete this calculation, do next column, weighted cost, multiply these two, do the total. This is your WACC, weighted average cost of capital. Be quick, complete this table. Are you getting 0.4 over here? First, 0.4 into 12, 4.8. This is 0.167 into 10.46 under 1.75, 1.74, 1.21 and 1.13. Do the total of all this, you will get 10.6 percentage. All those who completed this can try next. Market value weight. ಈ ಅಮೌಂಟ್ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ ಸೋರ್ಸ್ equity share capital, preference share capital, first issue debenture, second issue debenture and retained earning. ಈ amount na you have to take market value amount now. So you have to read the question, read the adjustments, allinda calculate ಮಾಡಿ amount. Equity share capital ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಡ್ಲಾ? Who is still doing this previous one? ಇದನ್ನ ಯಾರು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಿ? Who is doing this? Okay. Equity share capital ge read from the adjustment. Point number 1 says market value is 25. Okay. 25 rupee into number of equity share will be 6 lakh divided by 10 rupee. Madi? 6 lakh divided by 10 rupee per share. 60,000. ಎಷ್ಟು ಬಂತು? 25 into 60,000. 15 lakh? This is how you calculate equity share capital. Next is preference share capital. ಹೋಗೋಣ question ಗೆ. Preference share capital, they have given in the question that market price is 108. So I will take this 108 market price into number of shares ಬೇಕು ನಂಗೆ. Go to the question. 2,50,000. Nothing is mentioned in the question ಅಂತ ಅಂದ್ರೆ what will we consider? 10 rupee per share. So 25,000 shares ಬರುತ್ತೆ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ. What's the value? 2,70,000. Next, first debentures ಗೆ. First issue debentures ಗೆ market price is 120. ಕಾಣಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ? Adjustment to, let's take that. Rupee 120 into how many debentures are there? 3 lakh divided by 10 rupee per debenture. Ayyo. 3 lakh divided by 10 rupee, 30,000. Do the calculation. Let me know what value did you get. 3,60,000. Okay. Next. Next. Second issue debentures ಗೆ currently market price is 90 ante. So it is rupee 90 into number of debentures is equal to 2 lakh divided by 10, 20,000. 180. 1,80,000. And last one, retained earning. In entire chapter, retained earning will never have market value. That is inside the company. Adan yavanu value ಮಾಡಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. It's the same amount, 1.5 lakh. ಇದಾದ್ರೆ calculate weight. What's the total? 24.6 lakh. ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ 100 ಅಂತ? Market price is 100. See, equity share 10 ಅಂತ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ರೆ equity share face value 10 ಅಂತ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದಾರಲ್ಲ, so preference shares also we will consider it as 10. Okay, so ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವು ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ನಂಬರ್ 4 ಅಲ್ಲಿ 100 ಪ್ರಿಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಶೇರ್ ಅಂತ ತಗೋತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಿ. ಫೈನ್, ಫೇಸ್ ವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂ ಇಸ್ 100. ಹಾಗಾದ್ರೆ ಇದು 2,500 ಆಗತ್ತಲ್ಲ? ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್. So weight will be 15 by 24.6, 2.7 by 24.6, 3.6 by 24.6, 1.8 by 24.6, 1.5 by 24.6. ಇದಕ್ಕೆ multiply cost K. Same as what was given previously. 12, 10.46, 8.73, 9.1, 11.25. We already calculated cost. ಇದೆರಡು multiply ಮಾಡಿದ್ಮೇಲೆ you get weighted cost. Multiply and do the total, you will get the answer. Correct. 11.0 something. So the point that you have to remember in exam, you will get a very big question like this. When I first looked at this question, no, I got scared. So many adjustments and so many sub questions. Break it down. KD, KP, KE, KR, it will become easy. Sub question 2, sub question 3, I can't calculate now because it belongs to different chapter. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಮಾಡೋಣ. Whenever we are doing that chapter, I'll come back and do sub question 2 and sub question 3. 20 mark question ಅದು. 10 mark is for this. ನೋಡಿ, when they say 10 plus 5 plus 5, sub question 1 ಗೆ 10 marks ಇರುತ್ತೆ. So what we solved now, I think approximately 2 pages answer you wrote. Approximately 2 pages. Correct ಅಲ್ಲ? That is 10 mark question for you. Is this clear? ಅಷ್ಟೇ. With this, cost of capital chapter comes to an end. This is the maximum level question that they can ask. If anyone wants to practice more questions, I'll tell you in which all attempts they have asked question. December 2024 allunu, fifth question is from WACC. Exact similar question like this. So if you want to practice, maneg hodmele December 2024. This is June 2024 question. December 2024 question also you have exact similar question. You can try it in your home. I thought 10 mark question it is. Ega. I want you to revise the next chapter, which is capital structure. I'll give you 10 minutes time. Revise it. Capital structure, next chapter. Chapter at one stretch, I'm breaking it down. This chapter, capital structure, has two parts in it. One is leverage, operating leverage, financial leverage, combined leverage calculation. And second part of it is regarding NI approach, NOI approach, EBIT, EPS analysis, and MM approach. Idella idella. This is second part. Usually in exam, these questions have never come because it's big question. And we already have working capital management, capital budgeting chapter in which big questions can come. So ICI usually sticks to this part, calculation of leverages only. I'll do leverages after your break. As of now, we will just see how to calculate profit. For this, you have to do this profitability statement. You always start with sales, turnover, revenue given in the question. Subtract variable cost. Variable cost is direct cost, something that is related directly with the production. Like whatever is required for production of this is known as direct cost or variable cost. That involves all the raw material, all the labor, etc. You get something known as contribution minus fixed cost. Now, fixed cost is the rent of this building, staff salary, whether you produce, don't produce, staff salary kodlebeko. That goes under fixed cost. So, fixed cost remains same. It usually never change. But sales and variable cost changes. This is known as EBIT, earning or profit before interest, before tax. Who takes first cut? Debenture holders. Interest and ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಡಿ, earning before tax. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ? ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟ್, ಆಮೇಲೆ ನಿರ್ಮಲಾ ಸೀತಾರಾಮನ್. ಯು ಗಿವ್ ಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್ ಫುಲ್. ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ವಾಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಲೆಫ್ಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಪ್ರಾಫಿಟ್ ಆಫ್ಟರ್ ಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್. ಈ ಪ್ರಾಫಿಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಡಿವಿಡೆಂಡ್. ಯು ಆರ್ ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಬ್ಯೂಟಿಂಗ್ ಇಟ್ ಟು ಈಕ್ವಿಟಿ ಶೇರ್ ಹೋಲ್ಡರ್ಸ್. ಪ್ರಿಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಇದ್ರೆ ಗಿವ್ ಪ್ರಿಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಡಿವಿಡೆಂಡ್ ಫಸ್ಟ್. What is left is earning which is available to equity shareholder. Divide by number of equity shares, you get earning per share. Let's forget about leverages. Only calculation of this. Did everyone in the class understand? You start from sales minus variable cost, contribution minus fixed cost, EBIT minus interest minus tax, earning which is available, which is profit after tax. Give to preference shareholders preference dividend, earning available to equity shareholder, divide by number of equity shares, earning per share. If everyone has understood this, we are doing next 3 problems to calculate just this profit. And that has come in 2 exams. Last 3 all 2 exams all kelidare. So let's start question 1. I'll go to previous year exam only. This is June 2024, question number 2. Question is there on your screen. All you have to calculate is net profit. Start ಮಾಡಿ. Be quick. Give the heading June 2024, question number 2. Start from revenue or sales. Subtract variable cost. Contribution ಅಂತ ಬರೀರಿ. Subtract fixed cost. Fixed cost ಅಲ್ಲಿ you will take that selling expense, administrative expense, interest expense, depreciation. ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟ್, ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್. If anyone gets net profit available to equity shareholders, raise the hand. ಮ್ಯಾಮ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಓಕೆ. ಅದರ್ ಇನ್ಕಮ್ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡೋಣ ಮ್ಯಾಮ್? ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ ಅದು? ಈಕ್ವಿಟಿ ಶೇರ್ ಹೋಲ್ಡರ್ಸ್ಗ. ಎಲ್ಲ ಕ್ಯಾಲ್ಕುಲೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಲಾಸ್ಟಲ್ಲಿ ಅದನ್ನ ಆಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಡಿ. ಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್ ಕ್ಯಾಲ್ಕುಲೇಟ್ ಇದ್ರ ಮೇಲೂ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಪೇ ಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್ ಇವನ್ ಆನ್ ದಿಸ್. ಸೊ ಪ್ರಾಫಿಟ್ಗೆ ಆಡ್ ದಿಸ್, ದೆನ್ ಕ್ಯಾಲ್ಕುಲೇಟ್ ಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್. Remember, for any organization, any kind of income, you have to pay tax. 136 is correct. Start ಮಾಡೋಣ. This is June 2024, question number 2B from Capital Structure chapter. I'm doing profitability statement. We always start from sales. 17 lakh minus variable cost. Cost of revenue 10 lakh ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ ಅದು. So 7 lakh is your contribution minus all other types of expenses like selling expense, admin expense, depreciation. Selling expense, admin expense, depreciation. Let's take the values 2 lakh, 1 lakh, 2 lakh. 2 lakh, 1 lakh, 2 lakh. ಎಷ್ಟಾಯ್ತು? 5 lakh ಅಂದ್ರೆ 2 lakh ಮಿಕ್ಕಿದೆಯಾ? This 2 lakh is known as EBIT, operating profit. ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ first goes to debenture holders interest 50,000. This is known as earning before tax 1.5 lakh. But tax calculate ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ other income ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಒಂದ್ ಕಡೆ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, add of that, which is 45,000, 1,95,000. ಇದಕ್ಕೆ you calculate tax at what percentage? 30%. 58,500 ಬಂತ. So subtracted 1,36,500 ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. This is net profit which is available to equity shareholders. They didn't ask you to calculate net profit. They asked you to calculate net profit margin, the percentage. How do you calculate gross profit percentage, net profit percentage? On turnover, all the sales. So it is net profit divided by turnover into 100. 1,36,500 divided by turnover ಎಷ್ಟಿತ್ತು? 17,45,000. Remember this. ಯಾಕೆ? 17 lakh was my revenue, 45,000 was my other income, ಎಲ್ಲ ಸೇರಿ ಟೋಟಲ್ ಇನ್ಕಮ್ ಆಗತ್ತೆ ಇಂಟು 100, 7.82%. People forget that other income. ಎಲ್ಲಾದ್ರ ಮೇಲೂ ಸೇರಿ you calculate how much is the profit that you are getting. How much marks was this question? How much marks? 3 mark. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಅಷ್ಟು ಈಸಿ ಆಗಿತ್ತು. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ, ಲಿಟಲ್ ಮೋರ್ ಕಾಂಪ್ಲಿಕೇಟೆಡ್ ಒನ್. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ 4 ಮಾರ್ಕ್, ಬಟ್ 3 ಕಾಲಮ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ದಟ್ ಸೇಲ್ಸ್ ಮೈನಸ್ ವೇರಿಯಬಲ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಸೇಮೇನೆ, ಜಸ್ಟ್ ದಟ್ ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟ್ ಸಿಚುಯೇಷನ್, ಆಪ್ಟಮಿಸ್ಟಿಕ್ ಸಿಚುಯೇಷನ್, ವರ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಕೇಸ್ ಸಿಚುಯೇಷನ್. 3 ಕಾಲಮ್, 3 ಡಿಫ್ರೆಂಟ್ ಐಟಮ್ಸ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಯು ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಫಿಲ್ ಅಪ್ ದಟ್. ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಇದೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿಂದ. ವಾಟ್ ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಕ್ಯಾಲ್ಕುಲೇಟ್? ಪ್ರಾಫಿಟ್ ಅಷ್ಟೇ, ನಾಟ್ ಸಮ್ ಪರ್ಸೆಂಟೇಜ್, ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಪ್ರಾಫಿಟ್. ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ. Three columns: present, best case, worst case. Our revenue 1000 ಗೆ add 40%, 1000 ಗೆ subtract 20%. So that's your 3 different columns. This is December 2024 exam. December 2024 last attempt. December 2024 exam. Question number 3C. December 2024 attempt. Question 3C. Depreciation, no change. It's same throughout. For anyone who could not get the answer, see, December 2024, yes, December 2024, question number 3C. We have 3 cases: present, best case scenario, and worst case scenario. We always start from sales or the revenue, which is given in this question as 1000. In best, they have told this increases by 40 and decreases by 20. 40% for 1400, 20% less 800. Next, we subtract variable cost, which is 70% of the sales. You can take on your calculator 0.7 into 1000 equals 1400 equals 800 equals. Check out. Take the calculator in your hand. 0.7 into 1000 equals 1400 equals and 800 equals. You'll get 568. Correct? However, this will be balance 30% contribution. Idunu ade tara madodu. 0.3 into 1000 equals 1400 equals and 800 equals 232. ಇದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಫಿಕ್ಸ್ಡ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್. ಫಿಕ್ಸ್ಡ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಡಿಪ್ರಿಸಿಯೇಷನ್. This question luckily depreciation is same 101 same. So ಮೂರ್ ಕಡೆನೂ ಬರೆಯೋಣ 101 101 101. When it comes to fixed cost 115 113 120, whatever they have given, will take this. Subtract, you are going to get profit before tax. Do the calculation, it will become 84 276 and 11. Okay, minus tax. For this, they have given in the question as 25%. Balance, 2169 and 2.75. Balance 75% will be your profit after tax. Profit after tax is 63 207 8.25. So whenever you take this paper, my subject paper, first question that you have to answer is this question, calculation of profit and the enadru kelidre you start with that. At least 5 marks will be in your pocket for sure. That's it. The time now is 1 o'clock, right? We'll take break till 1:40. ಟೈಮ್ ಹೋಗಿದ್ದೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಿಲ್ವಾ? ಇಷ್ಟು ಬೇಗ ಆಗೋಯ್ತಾ ಅಂತ. It's written. We'll just discuss what happened in last chapter. Cost of debt. It can be redeemable, irredeemable. Irredeemable and the interest after tax by what you receive. This will be interest after tax plus premium you are paying by N whole divided by average amount into 100. Similarly for preference shares, what you pay dividend by what you receive into 100, or what you pay dividend plus premium that you pay during redemption by N whole divided by average amount of preference share capital that you have. Third, we went for cost of equity, where it can be constant dividend under dividend by market price into 100, or it can be dividend by market price plus growth rate if growth rate is mentioned in the question. Instead of dividend, if they give you earning per share by market price per share into 100. And the last one is CAPM technique, where risk-free rate plus beta into RM minus RF. This is what we completed before our break time. Time for us to go for next one, in which we are discussing about leverages. There are totally 3 types of leverages: operating leverage, financial leverage, and combined leverage. First one is operating leverage. How do we calculate this? Generally, whenever income statement is given to you, we use this format: sales minus variable cost is contribution, minus fixed cost gives you EBIT. Contribution and EBIT ka relation is known as operating leverage for you. So operating leverage is contribution big amount by EBIT small amount. So this is operating leverage, contribution by EBIT. Second one is financial leverage. Same income statement, contribution, fixed cost, EBIT, interest, EBT. Financial leverage tells you how much time EBIT is more than EBT. So these two correlation we call it as operating leverage. These two relation we call it as financial leverage. So in any question, your first step is always calculation of this income statement. E question alone 20 lakh by 90 lakh will give you financial leverage. 30 lakh by 20 lakh will give you operating leverage amount. So financial leverage is going to become 1.053 times. More the amount, better it is, because you have much more to fulfill interest calculation anta. With this note, the last one is combined leverage. Very easy formula. Combined leverage is multiplication of operating and financial leverage, or combined leverage is contribution by EBT. Ma'am, artha agila. Look at the board. You see this? Contribution by EBIT, operating leverage, EBIT by EBT, financial leverage, full calculation, contribution to EBT. This full calculation will give you combined leverage. This is method 1 or method 2. Multiply these two, operating and financial leverage. That is also going to give you combined leverage. Is this clear to everyone? If yes, let's start with the calculations. Your question number 1. I want you to calculate only operating leverage, for which you have to do income statement first. Capital structure. On your screen, the first question is regarding a company produces and sells 10,000 shirts, selling price is 500, variable cost is 200. Let me take out my working for some time. Yes, you calculate this. Calculate operating leverage if the fixed cost is 25 lakh. Start. Ma'am, ನಮ್ಗೆ ಆನ್ಸರ್ ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ಕಾಣಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಮ್ಯಾಮ್. ಓಕೆ, ಇದನ್ನ ಇನ್ನೂ ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಮಾಡೋಣ, ಈಗ ಕಾಣಿಸಲ್ಲ. ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್. Selling price 500, variable cost 200, fixed cost 25 lakh. You're supposed to calculate operating leverage, contribution and EBIT. Six, let's check. You always start your calculation with sales. 10,000 units into 500. Next, subtract variable cost. You're going to get contribution. From this, subtract fixed cost. You're going to get EBIT. And this is required. Contribution by EBIT is going to give you operating leverage. So operating leverage value is 30 lakh divided by 5 lakh 6 times. So if you want to finance for your fixed cost, your contribution is 6 times more. ತುಂಬಾ ದುಡ್ಡಿದೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರ, ತಲೆ ಕೆಡಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು ಬೇಡ. That's the actual meaning. What if for the same question I increase sales by 10%? Remember, if sales increases by 10%, variable cost also increases by 10%, fixed cost is same. ಮಾಡಿ ನೋಡಿ, if sales increases by 10%, variable cost kuno plus 10% add ಮಾಡಿ, fixed cost keep it same. Now calculate operating leverage and tell. 5.5. See, sales increases by 10% andre. You need not have to do this full calculation once more. There is second formula for calculation. Change in EBIT by change in sales. This also gives you degree of operating leverage. How much percentage change is happening in sales? 10%. How much percentage change is happening in EBIT? I don't know. ಅದನ್ನೇ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಕ್ಯಾಲ್ಕುಲೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗಿರೋದು. ಸೊ ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್ ನೋಡಿ, if sales increases by 10%, compute EBIT impact. So I will take operating leverage 6 times as it is. Do this calculation adla badli 10% into 6, 60% EBIT will change. ನೀವು ಆ ಟೇಬಲ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಇದೇ ಆನ್ಸರೇ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು, 60% ಚೇಂಜ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ as compared to earlier one. Okay, we'll take one more question. This one, firm ABCD ಗೆ you have to calculate operating leverage. ABCD ಬೇಡ, you just calculate AB, operating leverage, contribution divided by EBIT. Ma'am, total units sold 5,000. ಕೊಟ್ಟೆ ಏನಿಲ್ಲ. So total sales 5,000 into 20, 5,000 into 32. Similarly, variable cost 5,000 into 6, 5,000 into 16. Check. Sales minus variable cost, contribution minus fixed cost, EBIT ಬರುತ್ತೆ. I'm asking you to calculate operating leverage. Contribution by EBIT is 70,000 by 10,000, 80,000 by 40,000. You get 7 times and 2 times. How many got this answer? 7 times and 2 times? Okay, good. So this is regarding operating leverage. Inno one step ಕೆಳಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ minus interest EBT ಮಾಡಿ EBIT by EBT ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ we call it as financial leverage. So the next question is to calculate financial leverage. ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲಿದೆ? ಇಲ್ಲ ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಬೇಡ ಇದು. Where is financial leverage question? Just a minute. I'm putting up financial leverage question for you on the screen. Start. A firm provides you the following information: 2 lakh units, 30 rupees selling price, 15 rupees variable cost, 10 lakh fixed cost, debt 10% at 10 lakh. Calculate financial leverage. Calculate till EBT, then do EBIT by EBT. Are you both from same batch? Last bench. Puta. Last bench. Okay. You both look like siblings. You and this first bench student. He was my student E batch then. Has anyone else told you about this? No, no. ಈ ಕಡ್ಲೆಕಾಯಿ ಪರ್ಸೆಗೆ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ವೇರ್ ದರ್ ಇಸ್ ಸೋ ಮಚ್ ಆಫ್ ರಶ್ ಒನ್ ಚೈಲ್ಡ್ ಇಸ್ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಆ ಕೇಸ್ ಅನ್ನಿಸ್ತು ನಂಗೆ ಒಂದ್ ನಿಮಿಷ ನೋಡಿದಾಗ. ಏ ಯು ಟರ್ನ್ ರೈಟ್, ಯು ಟರ್ನ್ ರೈಟ್, ಹಾ ಯು ಟರ್ನ್ ರೈಟ್, ರೈಟ್ ರೈಟ್, ನೀ ಲೆಫ್ಟ್ ಟರ್ನ್ ಆಗು. ಏ ದೇ ಬೋತ್ ಆಕ್ಚುಲಿ ಲುಕ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಸಿಬ್ಲಿಂಗ್ಸ್. ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟ್ಗೆ 10 lakh into 10%. How many got answer? Financial leverage, only 2, 3. Statement ಮಾಡಿದಿರಾ? Income statement, profitability statement. Two lakh into 30, 2 lakh into 15, contribution 30 lakh, fixed cost 10 lakh, EBIT 20 lakh, minus interest 1 lakh, EBT. When you do EBIT by EBT, 20 lakh by 19 lakh, 1.053 times, this is your financial leverage. Hagidya? Time for us to go for next, which is combined leverage. Direct question ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. I'm giving you little twisted format. Contribution is already given 60 rupees per unit. Operating leverage is 6. Operating leverage formula ಅಲ್ಲಿ contribution ಬರುತ್ತೆ. From this you can calculate EBIT. Combined leverage is 24. Tax is 30%. Calculate earning after tax. ನೋಡೋಣ ಅದೇನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರೋ ಅಂತ. I'll give you time. You try it out. Look at the board. We know combined leverage is given as contribution by EBT. Contribution is given in the question, which is 60. EBT gottilla. So contribution is 60 into 5,000 units, 3 lakh. We can find EBT as 3 lakh divided by 24. EBT is going to become 12,500. Once you find this EBT, earning before tax, just subtract tax 30%, earning after tax. Your answer is 8,750. How many got this answer? Aditya got answer over there. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತಾ ಏನಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ? I calculated EBT from combined leverage, subtracted tax, I get EAT, earning after tax. Simple. ಹೋಗೋಣ ಮುಂದಕ್ಕೆ. Next question. Prepare income statement from the following. The sales minus variable cost, contribution, you have to basically do that. You can take this help. Operating leverage, financial leverage. ಯಾವ ಅಮೌಂಟ್ ಗೊತ್ತು, ಯು ಆಲ್ವೇಸ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ದ್ಯಾಟ್. ಈಗ ನಾನು ಫುಲ್ ಫಾರ್ಮ್ಯಾಟ್ ಹಾಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ financial leverage formula will be EBIT by EBT. Andre EBIT by, how do you get EBT? EBIT minus interest. Interest is given in the question 2000. Idana x anta hakondu multiply it on left hand side, you get x value. Calculate that x value now. Calculate EBIT, just EBIT. Start. Calculate EBIT. We were supposed to wear black on our last day and Nitya was absent on that day. So Nitya came in black today. Shashank didn't attend other marathons as well. JIGL class was filled up. Sumar din ಆಗಿತ್ತಲ್ಲ ಅದು. That's the subject that you're a little scared of, right? What is X? What is EBIT? 4000 odd banta. Let's check. Correct. Take this to left hand side. 2x, 2 into 2000, 4000. You will get X value as 4000 rupees. Once you get this, operating leverage formula haki. How do you calculate operating leverage? Contribution divided by contribution divided by EBIT. ಈಗ EBTಗೆ you can do less tax. Contribution value is 3 given in the question. EBIT value is 12,000. Ma'am, 12,000 ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಬಂತು ನಿಮಗೆ? 4,000 is EBT. EBIT 4,000 into 3 contribution 12 lakh. Once you get this value, sales ವಾಪಸ್ ರಿವರ್ಸ್ ಕ್ಯಾಲ್ಕುಲೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ಕಾಂಟ್ರಿಬ್ಯೂಷನ್ 12,000 is nothing but just 25% of it. It's 75 andre 25% will become your contribution, and I calculated contribution value as 12,000 rupees. So if this is 25%, 75% is 36 and full 100% is 48,000. ಇದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ income statement becomes very easy for you. Income statement is sales minus variable cost, contribution, fixed cost is the balancing figure, EBIT you calculated, EBT you calculated, tax you calculated. Proper 10 mark question. I think you guys are stuck over here. 4,000 ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ you can copy this down. From this, you guys prepare income statement. You both started talking after marathon started. You didn't know each other earlier, right? You both only. Check. Sales 48,000. You start your calculation from this. Sales minus variable cost, etc. ಆದಿತ್ಯ ಸ್ಟಾಪ್ ಪೀಪಿಂಗ್. ಹುಡುಗಿಯರನ್ನ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರೆ ನಂಗೆ ಏನೋ ಅನ್ಕೋತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ. ಹುಡುಗ್ರನ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಏನೋ ನೋಡೋದು ನೀನು? Check income statement. Sales, variable cost, contribution, EBIT, interest, tax, and EAT. Agidre, shall I give previous year examination question? Yes. December 2024 exam, question number 5. ಯಪ್ಪ ಈ ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಬರೋಣ. ವಿಲ್ ಗೋ ಫಾರ್ ಫೈನಾನ್ಷಿಯಲ್ ಲಿವರೇಜ್ ಆಯ್ತು. 5C ಯಾವುದಿದು? June 2024 ಎಕ್ಸಾಮ್, ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್ ನಂಬರ್ 5C. ಫೋರ್ ಎ, 4B, 4C. ಈ ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್ ನೆನಪಿದೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಫಾರ್ ವಿಚ್ ಯು ಡಿಡ್ ಬುಕ್ ವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂ, ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟ್ ವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂ. For the same question, you have to calculate financial leverage now. How do you calculate financial leverage? Wait, what are they asking? Company has 20 lakh sales, variable cost 12 lakh, fixed cost 5 lakh. Calculate operating, financial and combined leverage. Start. Give the heading June 2024 exam. Answer for operating leverage 2.67, financial leverage 1.26, combined leverage 3.36. We get this from income statement where sales, variable cost, contribution, everything is given in the question. Interest you take both, that first debenture, second issue debenture, both you are going to add and you will get EBT value as 2,38,000. With that note, one part of the chapter with respect to leverages is done. Second part of the chapter which deals with NI approach, NOI approach, that is pending. Let's complete that. I'm opening summary material. Even you guys can open summary material. Chapter name, capital structure. ಎಲ್ಲಿದೆ? What's the page number? Yeah, this is leverages debt equity theory, EBIT, EP analysis. ಇಲ್ಲಿದೆ ನೋಡಿ. In this entire chapter, capital structure decision, we have NI approach, traditional approach, NOI approach, MM approach. What is important for exam is this MM approach. Next, trade-off theory and pecking order theory. ಅದರ ಮೇಲೆ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ exam questions ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ. When I say capital structure, we are trying to decide which form of financing has to be taken into consideration. Now, why is capital budgeting required? It can be for replacement, modernization, expansion. Like Yeshas Academy came from that branch to this branch, correct? For all these, capital budgeting decisions are to be required, for which we require more capital. How do you raise more capital? Either existing capital structure alone we do something, or you raise more capital ಅಂತ ಅಂದ್ರೆ take into consideration risk and return. In this, optimum capital structure is the one in which value of the firm is maximum. So in most of the approaches from now on, value of the firm plays an important role. How do we calculate value of the firm? Look at the board. If you have your summary material, I think you have written this in summary as well. Just a minute. Open your summary material. Workbook ಅಲ್ಲಿ ratio analysis ಇದಲ್ಲ, ಡಿವಿಡೆಂಡ್ ಗಿಂತನೂ ಮುಂಚೆ capital structure. ನೋಡಿ, you want to calculate overall value of the firm, full profit that you have before interest, before Nirmala Sitharaman. EBIT divided by total overall cost of capital, WACC. You do that, you get overall value of the firm. If they ask you to calculate, this is how you calculate EBIT divided by overall cost of capital, KO. If you just want value of equity, there are two ways to do. Way number one, value of firm allene value of debt and subtract madidre you get value of equity. Or second method, you have earning available to equity shareholder divided by KE madidre you get value of equity. E earning available to equity shareholder, in case question does not mention anything about preference share, in case question does not mention anything about tax, it will be same as profit after tax, same as net income, since no preference dividend is available. Total value of the firm is always value of debt plus value of equity. If you remember this, how to calculate this part, KO idiyala, how do you do this KO calculation? Ade, KO is KD into WD, KE into WE. ಏನು ಮಾಡಿದೆ ನಾನು weighted average cost of capital, weight of debt ಅಂದರೆ debt by total capital, weight of equity ಅಂದರೆ equity by total capital, into KE into KD. Next, approach ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ನಿಧಾನಕ್ಕೆ ಬರೋಣ. Let us start with how to calculate value of firm, how to calculate value of equity. Capital structure theories ಅಲ್ಲಿ first one was net income approach. ನೋಡಿ, super manufacturing company expects net operating profit of 1,50,000. Company has 6,00,000, 8% debentures. Cost of equity is 10%. Calculate value of firm. Value of firm, how do you calculate that? ಈಗ ತಾನೇ ನೋಡಿದ್ವಿ, ವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂ ಆಫ್ ಫರ್ಮ್ EBIT ಡಿವೈಡೆಡ್ ಬೈ KO. KO ಬೇಕು ನನಗೆ. ಸಿಟ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಕ್ಯಾಲ್ಕುಲೇಟ್ KO ನಾವು. ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್. ಹೌ ಡು ಯು ಡೂ KO ಕ್ಯಾಲ್ಕುಲೇಷನ್? EBIT by value of the firm. Okay. ಹಾಗಾದ್ರೆ we'll do one thing. First we will calculate value of equity only. For that, earning available before interest and tax minus interest minus tax is something available to equity shareholders divided by KE. You will get value of equity. Calculate ಮಾಡಿ ಅದನ್ನ. This one. Net operating profit minus interest minus tax, income available to equity shareholder. ಅಷ್ಟನ್ನು ಕ್ಯಾಲ್ಕುಲೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ. Income available to equity shareholder. Nobody in the class is feeling cold. Arey, switch it off. Go over there. Or at least increase the temperature. 16 degree ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಾರೆ. Make it to 20 ಅಷ್ಟೇ. I'll teach you how to do. You just go over there. Why? Put you go. ಗಂಡು ಮಕ್ಕಳೆಲ್ಲ ನಾಲಾಯಕು ಕ್ಲಾಸಲ್ಲಿ, ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳು ಸ್ಟ್ರಾಂಗು. You can climb. You need to open that down part. Yes, correct. Increase the temperature. Plus ಮಾಡು. What's the temperature now? ಅಯ್ಯಯ್ಯೋ, ಅಷ್ಟೊಂದೆಲ್ಲ ಬೇಡ. Then make it, ಮುಂಚೆ ಎಷ್ಟಿತ್ತು? ಹೌದಾ? Earlier also it was 25 only. Make it to 27 ಅಷ್ಟೇ. Okay, done. You should feel better now. Start ಮಾಡೋಣ. EBIT minus interest. You are going to get earning available to equity shareholder because there is no tax. Whom will you give this? Equity shareholders again. How much are they expecting? 10%. So if this is 10%, what is overall equity? This divided by 10%. Made? Correct, 10 lakh 20,000. See, equity was 10 lakh 20. They expected 10%. They got 1 lakh 2,000. Okay. I got value of equity. Do you know debt from the question directly? Yes, ma'am. Directly it is given 6 lakh. Add 6 lakh. Total will become value of the firm. Our first answer. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಲ್ಲ ಟೋಟಲ್ ವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂ ಆಫ್ ದ ಫರ್ಮ್ ಇಸ್ ಈಕ್ವಿಟಿ ಪ್ಲಸ್ ಡೆಟ್ ಪ್ಲಸ್ ಪ್ರಿಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ವಾಟ್ ಎವರ್ ದೇ ಗಿವ್ ಇನ್ ದ ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್. Most of the questions it is just equity plus debt. Once you get this, they are asking overall cost of capital. How do you calculate overall cost of capital? You will take total capital alli how much is earning available andre idu 10% alla 10% into 1 lakh 2,000 by 10 lakh 20,000, sorry, 10% into 1 lakh 2,000, sorry, 10% into 10 lakh 20 by total plus debentures is 8%. 8% into 6 lakh by total. Or method number 2, overall what is the profit by overall what is the value of the company. That would also give you 9.25%. Two ways to calculate. There was also one more who came from your college, no? What's his name? Your college only. Where is Rohit? Which college are you guys writing your exam? Vijayanena, ellargunu. Corporation Circle, which college? Devang Sangha. Only 2 colleges in this class. ಅದೆಲ್ಲಿದೆ? So all those who got Vijaya College, you filled off exam form first. ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ದೇವಾಂಗ್ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಸಿಕ್ದವ್ರಿಗೆ ಒಂದು 5 days ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಫಿಲ್ ಅಪ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಇನ್ನೇನು ಎಕ್ಸಾಮ್ ಬರಿಲ್ಲ ಬೇಡವಾ ಡಿಸೈಡ್ ಮಾಡಿದವ್ರಿಗೆ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್. ಯು ಹ್ಯಾಡ್ ಝೋನ್ಸ್ ಇನ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮ್. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಳಂದ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಅಂತ. ಹೋಗೋಣ ಮುಂದಕ್ಕೆ. Shall I go for next one? EBIT 5 lakh. ಬೇಡ ಇದು. We'll go to next. Net operating income approach ಯಾವತ್ತೂ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೇಳಿಲ್ಲ. I'm going for next one. After this MM approach. ಇದು ಎಕ್ಸಾಮ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸುಮಾರು ಸತಿ ಕೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. In MM approach there are 2 types. You either assume that the firm is having debt or you assume firm is not having debt. So generally ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ತಿದ್ದೀನಿ ನೋಡಿ. If debt financing results in higher value of the firm, then the investor who owned shares in this debt finance firm will sell the shares and he would buy the shares in unlevered firm to increase the income. Let's start with one question. ಇದನ್ನ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಆರ್ಬಿಟ್ರಾಜ್ ಪ್ರೋಸೆಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬೇಡ, ಇದೇ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದೆ ಬಿಡಿ. Yes. There are 2 firms, P and Q, identical in nature except that P does not have any debt under unlevered firm. Q has 8 lakh debt of 9% under levered firm. Both the firms have EBIT 2,60,000. Capitalization rate under KO overall is 10%. Assume corporate tax of 30%. Calculate value of the firm. How do you calculate value of the firm? Earning available to equity shareholder divided by KO. KO already ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ 10%. Earning available to equity shareholder ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕ್ಯಾಲ್ಕುಲೇಟ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ 2,60,000 minus tax divided by capitalization rate, you will get value of unlevered firm. ಈಗ ಲೆಟ್ಸ್ ಅಸ್ಯೂಮ್ ದಟ್ ಲಿವರೇಜ್ ಇಸ್ ದೇರ್. ಕ್ಯೂಗೆ ಕ್ಯಾಲ್ಕುಲೇಟ್ ಮಾಡೋಣ. EBIT 2,60,000 ಮೈನಸ್ ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟ್ 9% ಆಫ್ 8 lakh ರೂಪಿ. ನಾನು ಈ ಸ್ಟೆಪ್ಸ್ ತೋರಿಸಿದ್ದೀನಲ್ಲ ನಿಮಗೆ. ಯು ಕ್ಯಾಲ್ಕುಲೇಟ್ ವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂ ಆಫ್ ಲಿವರ್ಡ್ ಫರ್ಮ್. ನಾವು P calculation ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. I want you to calculate for Q. Qಗೆ there is only one difference, 8,09% debentures are there. So ಈ calculation ಅಲ್ಲಿ EBIT minus interest minus tax ಮಾಡಬೇಕಷ್ಟೆ. Do it and tell me what is the value of livered firm. Start. Repeat. Anyone else who got the answer? 1,3. 13,16,000. ಯಾರು ಓದೇ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಪ್ರೋಚ್ನ, ಹಂಗೆ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀರಿ ಕ್ಲಾಸಿಗೆ, ಗೊತ್ತಾಯ್ತು ನನಗೆ. Whenever you calculate value of unlevered firm, the only difference is because of the debt and tax benefit due to debt. ನಾವೇನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್ ಬೆನಿಫಿಟ್ ಡ್ಯೂ ಟು ಡೆಟ್ ಅನ್ನ ಆಡ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ we will get value of levered firm. So 18,20,000 plus debt ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ what is the tax benefit would give you value of livered firm. This is how you have to calculate in approach. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ? ನಾನೊಂದು ಫಾರ್ಮುಲಾ ತೋರಿಸ್ದೆ, ಯೂಸ್ ದಿಸ್ ಫಾರ್ಮುಲಾ ಅಂದೆ. Dogs usually fall for biscuit, not CS students. CS students fell for it. Did you understand what happened? Only for first time calculating unlevered firm you do like this. Next step ಅಲ್ಲಿ tax benefit add ಮಾಡಿ you will get levered firm. According to approach, always livered firm ಅಂದ್ರೆ where there is debt, the value is always more than unlevered firm where there is no debt at all. If this is clear, ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. Let me see if you guys can calculate it or not. EBIT 30,000, capital employed 2 lakh, KE 12.5%. One investor is holding 15% shares in livered company. Calculate increase in annual earnings of the investor if he switches from livered firm to unlevered firm. Approach prakara, which firm value is more, livered or unlevered? Livered firm value is always more. Look at the board. I'm telling you the steps. Listen to the steps, do the calculation, then I'll show the answer. First step, you always calculate value of the firm, livered and unlevered. EBIT minus interest earning available divided by KE, you will get value of equity, plus debt, you will get value of the firm. After this, they have mentioned in the question that the investor is going to sell his shares from livered firm anta. So livered firm ali investor had 15% shares. He is going to sell this 39,000 and he is going to invest that in unlevered firm. Unlevered firm ಅಲ್ಲಿ 39,000 ಅವನು ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಈ 39,000 ಅಲ್ಲಿ we will assume 50-50%, 50% debt and 50% equity. ಯಾಕೆ ಈ ತರ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ? ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ದೇ ಡಿಡ್ಂಟ್ ಗಿವ್ ಅಸ್ ಎನಿ ಕ್ಯಾಲ್ಕುಲೇಷನ್ ಇನ್ ದ ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್, ಈಕ್ವಿಟಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಡೆಟ್ ಎಷ್ಟು ಅಂತ. ಹಿ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ 39,000. ಅರ್ಲಿಯರ್ ಹಿ ವಾಸ್ ಅರ್ನಿಂಗ್ 12.5% ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಔಟ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿಸ್. ಇವಾಗ ನ್ಯೂ ಆಗಿ ಹೌ ಮಚ್ ಇಸ್ ಹಿ ಗೋಯಿಂಗ್ ಟು ಅರ್ನ್? ಡೆಟ್ ಇಂದ 10% he will get, equity ಇಂದ 12.5% he will get. New he is going to get 4,387. Earlier he was getting 4,800. Increase ishtagate. This is what you have to show. I'll give you 1 minute time. All I want you to do is calculate value of the firm. Just the first step. Start. How to calculate EBIT minus interest, EBT divided by KE, value of equity plus debt. ಇಷ್ಟು ಮಾತ್ರ ಮಾಡಿ. Once you get value of firm, please raise the hand. Value of firm ಎಷ್ಟು ಬಂದಿದೆ? Check. 2,60,000, 2,40,000. Did everyone get this? This calculation is simple. You first calculate value of equity. Debt 10 ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ question ಅಲ್ಲಿ add it. You will get value of the firm. Now we will go to investor's perspective. Investor already holds 15% shares in this levered firm. Levered firm 2,60,000 into 15%. So check, he is going to hold 39,000. He will sell this 39,000, move it to unlevered firm. This doesn't happen in every question. Question specific though. So we will sell 39,000 from levered, put this 39,000 in, sorry, he would sell this 30, yeah, he would sell this 39,000 in levered company and put it in unlevered. Let us first calculate ಈ 39,000 investment ಗೆ how much he was earning. We will assume 50-50. He's going to put in debt, he's going to put in equity. Tell me, debt, how much was he getting? 10%. take the calculator in hand. 39,000 into 50% into ಎಷ್ಟು ಬಂತು? 19,500, 10%. 1950 he got as interest. Same 39,000 into 50% ಅಂದ್ರೆ 19,500 ಅಲ್ಲಿ, because he was equity shareholder, he was getting 12.5%. Calculate ಮಾಡಿ ಅದು. 19,500 into 12.5%. ಹಾ, ಎರಡು ಆಡ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. 1950 plus this amount. Correct. So he was earning 4387. ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ದ ಅವನು? He sold it. ಬೇಡ ನನ್ಗೆ ಅದು ಅಂತ. He was earning 4387. He's going to lose this amount. He will put it in unlevered firm. Unlevered firm ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಡೆಟ್ ಇದೆಯಾ, ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಇದೆಯಾ? Unlevered means there is no debt. ಬರೀ ಈಕ್ವಿಟಿ. ಹಾಗಾದ್ರೆ how much is he investing? Class, how much is he investing? 39,000 full equity. Equity, how much are you going to earn? 12.5%. Do the calculation. 39,000 into 12.5%. Earlier he was getting 4387. Now he's getting 4875. Increase aita income. Yes, to 487 rupee. This was the question. Did you understand this? Yes. Just check the working. Investor holds 15%, andre 39,000, which he's going to sell. So first we will calculate what had happened earlier. He was getting from debt, he was getting from equity. Total. He sold this off. What will happen now? Entire thing goes for equity. So how much is the extra amount that he is earning? 487.5. Each question is different in MM approach. One will be levered, one will be unlevered. ಎರಡಕ್ಕೂ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಕ್ಯಾಲ್ಕುಲೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. I'll go to previous year examination question. Each question is different. ನೋಡೋಣ ಈ ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಿದೆ ಅಂತ. This question is from MM approach ಅಲ್ಲ. Who are you? CS students. December 2023 attempt, question number 6. ಇದನಾ December 2023 attempt? Yes. Oh, this is regarding MM approach of dividend chapter. Just a minute. I will not make you to solve this. I will directly tell you what is the answer for this question. It's a very big question. Illi tanka. Yes, we calculated other part. Nodi. They're asking you to calculate price of equity share using MM approach. This is the formula which we get from dividend decision chapter. So formula apply madadre you will get the answer. Simple, 25 rupee. So ಈಗ ನಾನು ಇದನ್ನ ಡಿಸ್ಕಸ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಹೋಗಲ್ಲ because you will not understand it. What I'm going to do is next part of the chapter, which is calculation of return on equity, and this was asked in June 2024 exam only. First question, usually first question is from accounts. First question alli they have asked calculate return on equity using DuPont analysis. Yarigadru DuPont analysis ನೆನಪಿದ್ಯಾ? Anyone in this class remembers DuPont analysis? I'll give you time. You open your summary notes. DuPont analysis anta ಬರ್ದಿದ್ದೀವಿ ನಾವು. Check which chapter it is. Page 46. Do you see this question? JP Limited has earned 10% on total asset 18 lakh. Net profit 8%. Find out sales of the company using DuPont analysis. What formula have you applied? One of you raise the hand and read out loudly. One of you. Yes, dear. Net profit into asset turnover. Next line. Okay, so basically, formula goes like this: net profit into asset turnover ratio gives you return on equity. Net profit by sales by asset, sales gets cancelled out, or if you have something known as asset to equity ratio, asset divided by equity ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ asset also gets cancelled out. Net profit for the entire equity that you have invested is return on equity. Do you understand this? How to calculate return on equity? Yes. Return on capital employed under no net profit for capital employed in 200. So basically you have to take profit. Yeah, profit, ma'am. Depends on the question. If the question has interest, then it will be profit before tax. If the question has tax, it will be profit after tax. So the latest one that you can calculate, our profit is tagota idiri. Based on this, you had examination question, which is June 2024, question number 1B. June 2024, question number 1B. Comment how can you calculate return on equity and how can this return on equity be improved? ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಈ ಫುಲ್ ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು. I can give you this full question only after I complete working capital analysis. ನಾಳೆ ವರ್ಕಿಂಗ್ ಕ್ಯಾಪಿಟಲ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ, ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಸಬ್ ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್ ಏನು ನೋಡಿ, ಇನ್ವೆಂಟ್ರಿ ಟರ್ನ್ ಓವರ್, ಆವ್ರೇಜ್ ಕಲೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಪೀರಿಯಡ್, ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ವರ್ಕಿಂಗ್ ಕ್ಯಾಪಿಟಲ್ ಚಾಪ್ಟ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಅದು ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ವಿಲ್ ಇವನ್ ಡೂ ಸಬ್ ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್ ಬಿ. ಇವಾಗ ವಿಲ್ ಗೋ ಟು ಡಿಸೆಂಬರ್ 2024 ಎಕ್ಸಾಮ್, ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್ ನಂಬರ್ 1, which also asks you to calculate return. ಅಯ್ಯಯ್ಯೋ ಇಷ್ಟು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನಾ? Calculate net profit margin, return on equity and return on capital employed. Question na screenshot ಹೊಡೆದು I'll send it in your groups. You take full 2 minutes time, do some analysis, do income statement basically, and try to calculate these. ಆಯ್ತಾ? It will take some time. Look at the board. Instead of giving this attempt, had you given in last attempt, just by looking at this big words and paragraph in FM accounts paper, you would have got scared. But it's very simple question. This entire thing is nonsense. I'll read it out and you'll understand. Komal, a third generation businesswoman in dairy business, Bharat Ghee and Co. The business is run under the name Pure Ghee. The company prepares milk-based product, is known for good quality in the market. Sales are made through cell phone stores, other retail locations where cell phone ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ, out of syllabus. Correcta? Next. Business is run by Komal's family on a strategic and operational basis. However, now the business is growing. There is a need to get into more professional management. ಇದ್ಯಾವುದು ಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ ನಮಗೆ ಡ್ರಾಮಾ. ಇನ್ನೂ ಕೆಳಗೆ ಹೋಗೋಣ. ಕೋಮಲ್ ಆಸ್ಕ್ ಗರಿಮಾ, ಹೂ ಇಸ್ ಗರಿಮಾ ನಾವು? ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗೋಣ. ದ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಟಾಸ್ಕ್ ಇನ್ನೂ ಹಿಂದೆ. ಕೋಮಲ್ hires new CEO Garima, who has 3 decades of experience in this industry. The first task that Garima has on hand is to identify the issues that are hindering the growth. Okay. Komal asked Garima to list major concerns that the business is facing: low margin, high chance of spoilage, and capacity increase. Now, business studies barita illa. So, all these are out of syllabus. Namig ಬೇಕಾಗಿರೋದು ಇಲ್ಲೇ. Komal Garima requests accounts head for key financial matrix, which is as follows: credit revenue, cash revenue. Total revenue is to this plus this. This gives you total revenue. Correct? If this is 20%, what does this mean? 80%. So 80 crore. 80 crore, 20 crore. ಟೋಟಲ್ ಎಷ್ಟಾಗುತ್ತೆ 100 crore. ಸೊ ಯು ಐಡೆಂಟಿಫೈಡ್ ಸೇಲ್ಸ್. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಗ್ರಾಸ್ ಪ್ರಾಫಿಟ್ ರೇಷಿಯೋ. ಗ್ರಾಸ್ ಪ್ರಾಫಿಟ್ ಹೆಂಗ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ನಿಮಗೆ? ಸೇಲ್ಸ್ ಮೈನಸ್ ಸಮಥಿಂಗ್ ಗ್ರಾಸ್ ಪ್ರಾಫಿಟ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಇಫ್ ಯು ಡೋಂಟ್ ಅಂಡರ್ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಎನಿಥಿಂಗ್, ಸೇಲ್ಸ್ ಮೈನಸ್ ಸಮ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಅಂತ ಹಾಕಿ ಸಾಕು ಅಷ್ಟು. ಇಫ್ ಯು ರಿಯಲಿ ನೋ ದ ವರ್ಡ್ ಸೇಲ್ಸ್ ಮೈನಸ್ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್ cost would give you gross profit 30%. 30% of 100 crore. 30% of 100 crore. 30 crore. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ? ಸೊ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟಿಂಗ್ 3 lines done. Next, subtract indirect expense. What do you call the balance as? EBIT. Sales minus variable cost, contribution minus fixed cost, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂತು fixed cost would give you EBIT. You end up at EBIT value. Subtract interest 12%. 12 crore. Subtract 12 crore. What is balance? EBT. Subtract tax 25%. That is known as profit after tax. ಇಷ್ಟೇ ಕ್ಯಾಲ್ಕುಲೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು. ಸಿಟ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಕ್ಯಾಲ್ಕುಲೇಟ್ ನಾವು. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತಾ? ನಂಗೆ ಆ ಪ್ಯಾರಾಗ್ರಾಫ್ ನೋಡಿ ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ಭಯ ಬಿದ್ದುಬಿಟ್ಟಿರ್ತೀರಿ. ಪ್ಯಾರಾಗ್ರಾಫ್ ಬೇಡ ನನಗೆ. ಸಿಂಪಲ್, ಐ ಆಮ್ ಆಸ್ಕಿಂಗ್ ಯು ಟು ಕ್ಯಾಲ್ಕುಲೇಟ್ ಪ್ರಾಫಿಟ್ ಆಫ್ಟರ್ ಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್. ಇದರಿಂದ ಮಾಡಿ ಅದನ್ನು. ಇದು ಹೆಡಿಂಗ್ ಇನ್ಕಮ್ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್, ಕ್ಯಾಲ್ಕುಲೇಟ್ ಪ್ರಾಫಿಟ್ ಆಫ್ಟರ್ ಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್. ನಾನು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. Which exam is this? God knows. June 2024, question 1, income statement. Let's start. Credit sales, cash sales. If this is 80 crore, this is 20 crore. How do you get this? 20%. How do you get this? 80%. Make the total 100 crore is the total sales minus direct cost. You are going to get GP, gross profit, which is given in the question as 30%. Obviously, if this is 30%, this has to be 70%. 70% andre 70 crore. 30% ಅಂದರೆ 30 crore. ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಕಷ್ಟ ಇಲ್ಲ. ದ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಇಸ್, ನಿಮಗೆ ಊಟ ಹೆವಿ ಆಗಿದೆ, ದೊಡ್ಡ ಪ್ಯಾರಾ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೋಮಲು ಗರಿಮನ್ ನೋಡ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಈಗ ನಿಮಗೆ ಡೈಜೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳಕ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಲೆಸ್ ಇಂಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೆನ್ಸ್ ಎಷ್ಟಿದ? ಅಲ್ಪ 10 crore. ಸೊ 20 crore is EBIT. ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಸಬ್ಟ್ರಾಕ್ಟ್ ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟ್, ದೇವ್ರ ದೊಡ್ಡವರು ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟಾಗಿ 12 crore ಅಂತ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಬ್ಯಾಲೆನ್ಸ್ 8 crore is going to be earning before tax less tax, which is given as 25%. Calculate ಮಾಡಿ. Balance 75% under 2 crore, 6 crore is going to be your profit after tax. I just asked you to calculate this. ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ಮುಖ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಕೂತಿದ್ರಿ. ವೆರಿ ಗುಡ್. ಇದಾಗಿದ್ರೆ ಸ್ಟೆಪ್ 2, please calculate total value of the firm. And how do you calculate this? Value of equity plus value of debt. ಮಾಡಿ ನೋಡೋಣ ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಇದನ್ನ. ಹಿಂಗೆ ಮುಖ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿರ್ತೀರಿ, ನಾನು ಮತ್ತೆ ಬೈತೀನಿ. ಐ ನೋ ದಿಸ್. ನೋಡೋಣ, ಗಿವ್ ಇಟ್ ಅ ಟ್ರೈ. Value of equity and value of debt. Question is there in your group. Read it and calculate value of equity, value of debt. This is capital employed. Anyone in the class gets the answer? Raise the hand. Anyone got value of equity? ನಂಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿತ್ತು ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ಬೈಸ್ಕೋತೀರಿ ಅಂತ. ಡೆಟ್ ಈಕ್ವಿಟಿ ರೇಷಿಯೋ ಇಸ್ 2:1. ಹೋಗ್ರಪ್ಪ. Do you see this? Debt equity ratio is 2:1. Either I need debt or I need equity. ಈಗ if equity is 10 lakh, debt is 20 lakh. Equity is 1 crore, debt is 2 crore. So I have to find equity or I have to find debt. ಹಿಂದೆ ಡೆಟ್ ರಿಲೇಟೆಡ್ ಏನೋ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿರೋ ಇನ್ಫಾರ್ಮೇಶನ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಬರೀ 12%, ದ್ಯಾಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಈಕ್ವಲ್ ಟು 12 crore ಅಂತೆ. ಹಾಗಾದ್ರೆ ಯು ಆಲ್ ನೋ 12% debenture, if interest is 12 crore, what is debenture value? 12 crore divided by 12%, 100 crore. ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಅಲ್ವಾ? 100 crore ಇಂಟು 12% ತಾನೆ ನಿಮಗೆ 12 crore ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಿದ್ದು. ಸೊ ನಾವು ಐ ಆಮ್ ಆಸ್ಕಿಂಗ್ ಯು ಟು ಕ್ಯಾಲ್ಕುಲೇಟ್ ದಿಸ್ 100 crore. ಈಗ ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತು ಡೆಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಟು ಈಕ್ವಿಟಿ ಇಸ್ 2:1. ಹಾಗಾದ್ರೆ ಇಫ್ ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ 100 crore, ಹೌ ಮಚ್ ವಿಲ್ ದಿಸ್ ಬಿ? 50 crore ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಹಾಫ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಆನ್ಸರ್ ಇಸ್ ಡನ್. ಇದು ಬಂತು ಅಂದರೆ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಲೆಟ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್. ವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂ ಆಫ್ ಡೆಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಈಕ್ವಲ್ ಟು 12 crore divided by 12% is equal to 100 crore. And debt is to equity is equal to 2:1. So if debt is 100 crore, equity question mark anta andre equity is equal to 50 crore. 2:1 ratio. So therefore capital employed is equal to debt 100 crore plus equity 50 crore, 150 crore. ಈಗ ನೋಡೋಣ what are they asking in the question. First, hey ಇದೆಲ್ಲ don't bother. Garima took quick calculation, calculated return on equity, return on capital employed. Komal indicated willingness to contribute fresh equity. Garima made new business plan. The new plan recommends creation of infrastructure, etc. etc. ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ ನಮಗೆ. It is not at all required. ನಮಗೆ ಸಬ್ ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್ ಎ ಕ್ಯಾಲ್ಕುಲೇಟ್ ನೆಟ್ ಪ್ರಾಫಿಟ್ ಮಾರ್ಜಿನ್. ಲೆಟ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್. ನೆಟ್ ಪ್ರಾಫಿಟ್ ಮಾರ್ಜಿನ್. Net profit divided by sales into 100. Problem in net profit ಅಲ್ಲಿ. What to take as net profit? Whatever is the last available profit information you have, you take that. 6 crore ಆಗಿರೋದು, you take that. 6 crore divided by 100 crore into 100. 6% ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. B. They asked you to calculate return on equity. ಇದು ರಿಟರ್ನ್ ಆನ್ ಸೇಲ್ಸ್, ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ರಿಟರ್ನ್ ಆನ್ ಈಕ್ವಿಟಿ. ಸೊ ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಿ? ನೆಟ್ ಪ್ರಾಫಿಟ್ ಬೈ ಈಕ್ವಿಟಿ ಇಂಟು 100. ಅವ್ರೇನು ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಅದನ್ನು ತಗೊಳ್ಳೋದು. ವಾಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದ ನೆಟ್ ಪ್ರಾಫಿಟ್ ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್? 6 crore. What is total equity you have? 50 crore into 100. 12% ಬಂತಾ? C. Return on capital employed. ಈಗ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಬರೀ ಈಕ್ವಿಟಿ ತಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದೆ. ಸಿ ನೆಟ್ ಪ್ರಾಫಿಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಫಾರ್ ಈಕ್ವಿಟಿ ಶೇರ್ ಹೋಲ್ಡರ್ಸ್. ಈಕ್ವಿಟಿ ತಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದೆ. ಈಗ ಫುಲ್ ಕ್ಯಾಪಿಟಲ್ ಎಂಪ್ಲಾಯ್ಡ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. I cannot just take net profit. I have to even take that which is available for debenture holders as well. ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟೂ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಕ್ಯಾಪಿಟಲ್ ಎಂಪ್ಲಾಯ್ಡ್ ಅಂದರೆ ಡೆಟ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಈಕ್ವಿಟಿ. ಸೊ ಆ ಡೆಟ್ ಇರೋರ್ಗು ಸೇರಿ ಏನು ಕೊಡ್ತೀರಿ? EBIT ಕೊಡ್ತೀರಿ. ಸಿ ದ ಟೋಟಲ್ 20 crore ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ಡಿಬೆಂಚರ್ ಹೋಲ್ಡರ್ಸ್ಗೂ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ದಿಸ್ ಟೈಮ್ ದ ಫಾರ್ಮುಲಾ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿಕಮ್ EBIT divided by capital employed into 100. What's the answer? EBIT. What is EBIT? 20 crore divided by 150 crore into 100. ಅಷ್ಟೇ, 13.33%. 10 mark done. It's not very tough. Just that ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಆ ಕೋಮಲು ಗರಿಮಾ and their conversation ನೋಡಿ ಭಯ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಡ್ತು ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಆಗಿದೆಯಾ? ಡನ್. ಸೇಮ್ ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್ ಬಿ ನೋಡಿ. ಡೆಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಪೇಡ್ ಆಫ್. ಡೆಟ್ ಇತ್ತಲ್ಲ, ದಟ್ ಫುಲ್ ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಪೇಡ್ ಆಫ್. ಅಂದರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಕ್ಯಾಲ್ಕುಲೇಷನಲ್ಲಿ ಸೇಲ್ಸ್ ಮೈನಸ್ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್, ಯು ವಿಲ್ ಗೆಟ್ GP ಮೈನಸ್ ಇಂಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್, EBIT ಮೈನಸ್ ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟ್ 0. ಬರೀ ಅಷ್ಟನ್ನು ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಯು ಕ್ಯಾಲ್ಕುಲೇಟ್ ಸೇಮ್ ಥಿಂಗ್. ಏನೇನನ್ನ? ನೆಟ್ ಪ್ರಾಫಿಟ್ ಮಾರ್ಜಿನ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ರಿಟರ್ನ್ ಆನ್ ಈಕ್ವಿಟಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ? You understood what I told? Make interest as 0 and do exact same calculation that you did till now. Start. Ma'am, what did you ask us to calculate? Exact same to same. Sales 100 crore, gross profit 30 crore, indirect expense 10 crore, EBIT 20 crore. Illi tanka everything is same. Just that make interest as 0. After you do this, calculate net profit margin and return on equity. Net profit margin ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ? Profit by sales 15%. Return on equity ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ? Profit by equity 10%. This is what they're asking. What is the change that happens whenever debt is repaid off? Yes, tax is 5 crore. So whenever you get a big question, unlike other students, I don't want you to get scared. I want you to ignore all unnecessary biscuit that ICSI has put. Concentrate only on the number. ಏನಾಯ್ತು ಆದಿತ್ಯ? There is no debt, full equity. ಏನ್ ಕ್ಯಾಪಿಟಲ್ ಇತ್ತೋ ಎಲ್ಲ ಈಕ್ವಿಟಿ ಶೇರ್ ಹೋಲ್ಡರ್ಸ್ದು. 150 crore capital ಇತ್ತು, full as equity shareholders capital. All those who are done, we are done with this chapter. Like every possible question that has come in examination, I have already discussed. ಇದನ್ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಈ chapter ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬೇರೆ ಏನೂ ಇಲ್ಲ. You go home once and give it a try. As of now, I'm jumping for next chapter, which is dividend decision. Take 10 minutes time. You revise dividend decision once. Gordon's approach, Walter approach, approach, ಎಲ್ಲ ಇದೆ. If you have formula handy, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ workbook ಬೇಕು. Workbook ಅಲ್ಲಿ in one page every formula is written. Please revise all the formulae, then we will restart. Dividend decision. Starting with dividend decisions, quick revision of what is there in the entire chapter. What do you mean by dividend? We earn profit. That profit, if I distribute, is known as dividend. If I retain it, that is known as retained earning. So there are two types. A retained earning grow aagta hogutte. This is given to shareholders. So dividend has some impact on market price of the share. Stock market ಅಲ್ಲಿ if I distribute dividend, usually practical ಆಗಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ, not according to ICSI material. If a company is giving dividend, that means that company is making loss. It's not doing well. So in order to retain the shareholders, that company will distribute some amount and call it as dividend. Practically, this is how it works. So dividend is actually going to help the company to retain the shareholders. ಈ ಡಿವಿಡೆಂಡ್ ಡಿಸಿಷನ್ ಚಾಪ್ಟರ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ there are three types of decisions you already know: financing decision, investment decision. ಈ dividend decision ಅಲ್ಲಿ we have so many theory. ಈ theory ಅಲ್ಲಿ let's start with meaning of dividend. Profit after tax which is available to equity shareholders, if distributed andre payout ratio, remember this, payout ratio for profit after tax is going to give you dividend. But retention ratio anta kottidre, ಈಗ 25% payout ratio andre 75% retention ratio, 30% payout ratio ಅಂದ್ರೆ 70% retained earning ಗೆ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ. This is how you calculate dividend. There are two types of dividend: cash and stock dividend. ನನಗೆ it is out of syllabus. ನಿಮಗೆ you study this bonus under accounts. In fact, in last 3 attempts as well under new syllabus, there has been a question regarding bonus. I don't know under which chapter it comes in accounts. You need to check this with Rajrat sir. But bonus related question prati attempt al kelidare. Now, when it comes to calculation of growth, this is B into R, where R is retention, return on investment given in the question. B is how much is being retained. Remember this formula: growth is equal to B into R. This is return on equity, return on capital employed. This is retention ratio, how much you are returning out of it. Idra mele we have irrelevance theory and relevance theory. Irrelevance theory states dividend kodu, dividend kodde iru, the market price of the share remains same. Relevant theory states that the more dividend you distribute, according to what is perfect, what is not perfect. If you remember this table, this is expectation of shareholders. This is what you're planning to give. If I expected 10%, I earned 15%. Company earned 15. Shareholders expected 10. You need not have to please them. They are already satisfied. Do not give any dividend at all. But shareholders expected 10%. Your company earned only 5%. Now it's time for you to please them. So you need to pay 100% of your profit as dividend. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ ಇದು? ಐ ಆಮ್ ರಿಪೀಟಿಂಗ್ ಇಟ್ ಒನ್ಸ್ ಅಗೇನ್. ದಟ್ಸ್ ದ ಟೇಬಲ್ ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ರಿಮೆಂಬರ್. KE is what dividend shareholders expect. R is what I earn. This is the return on investment. Suppose shareholders expected 15%, I earned only 10%. That means shareholders are not happy. To make them happy, give full profit as dividend. 100% distribute madi. But I earned 20% when they were just expecting 15%. I earned more than what you expected. That means I need not have to please you now. So I will not give any dividend. It will be zero. In case both are same, they expected 10, I earned 10, your choice. You want to give dividend, you give. You don't want to give dividend, don't give. This is where that indifference point comes into picture. ಇದು ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗಿದ್ರೆ let's start with first type, which is Walter model. Walter model formula will be market price of the share depends on dividend given. ಈಗ do you all remember this? KE ನಾವು ಗಾರ್ಡನ್ ಇಂದಾನೆ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. KE is equal to D1 divided by P0 plus G. Do you all remember this? ಈಗ ನಾನು P0 ಕ್ಯಾಲ್ಕುಲೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಅಂದರೆ I'll take D1 divided by P0 is KE minus D plus D minus D ಆಗಿದೆ. And if I want ulta, which is P0 divided by D1, ulta 1 divided by KE minus D. ಮ್ಯಾಮ್ ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಿ? If I just want P0 numerator ಮಾತ್ರ, I have ಈ D1 denominator goes to left hand side, goes to numerator, D1 divided by KE minus D. This is the formula that you should know for Gordon. ಈ ಫಾರ್ಮುಲಾ ಗೊತ್ತಿದ್ರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದನೇ ಇದನ್ನು ಎತ್ಕೊಂಡ್ ಬಂದಿರೋದು. ಸೊ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಫಾರ್ಮುಲಾ ಇಸ್ ಗಾರ್ಡನ್ ಫಾರ್ಮುಲಾ ವೇರ್ ಗ್ರೋತ್ ಇಸ್ ಇನ್ವಾಲ್ವ್ಡ್. P0 is equal to D1 divided by KE minus D. What is KE? Expected return by the shareholder. Equity shareholders want this amount. What is dividend? Next year, what dividend you're planning to pay, not what is already paid. Andre, for calculation of D1, last year we add growth, you will get numerator value. If you have understood this, let's start with questions. Question 1. ಎಲ್ಲಿದ್ದೀವಿ? ಡಿವಿಡೆಂಡ್ ಡಿಸಿಷನ್. ಎಲ್ಲಾದರೂ ಡಿವಿಡೆಂಡ್ ಅಂತ ಬಂದರೆ ಸ್ಟಾಪ್ ಮಾಡಿ. ನನ್ನ ಹೋಯ್ತು, ವಾಲ್ಟರು ಹೋಯ್ತು, ಬಂತು. ವಾಲ್ಟರ್ ಗಾರ್ಡನ್. ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್. Net profit 30 lakh, outstanding 12% shares, preference shares, number of equity shares 3 lakh, return on investment. Arey Baba, what is this? 20%? K na Ara? R. Return on investment. I earned this. What you expected? 16% matra. You asked 16, I gave you 20. You're already happy. Dividend beka bedwa? Beda ma'am. So ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಡಿವಿಡೆಂಡ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಷ್ಟು 25-50 ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಷ್ಟು ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟ್ ಪ್ರೈಸ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಶೇರ್ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ಮೋರ್. ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಕ್ಯಾಲ್ಕುಲೇಟ್ ದಟ್ ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟ್ ಪ್ರೈಸ್. ನೋಡಿ, ಕ್ಯಾಲ್ಕುಲೇಟ್ ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟ್ ಪ್ರೈಸ್ ಪರ್ ಶೇರ್. ಹೌ ಡು ಯು ಕ್ಯಾಲ್ಕುಲೇಟ್ ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟ್ ಪ್ರೈಸ್? ಯೂಸಿಂಗ್ ದಿಸ್ ಫಾರ್ಮುಲಾ. ಎಲ್ಲೋಯ್ತದ? ಆ ಫಾರ್ಮುಲಾ ಎಲ್ಲೋಯ್ತು? ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಹೋಯ್ತು. ನಾನು ವಾಪಸ್ ಬರೀತೀನಿ. P is equal to D1 divided by KE minus D. ಈ ಪಿ ನ ಕ್ಯಾಲ್ಕುಲೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತಲ್ಲ? ಸೊ ಫಾರ್ ದಟ್ ಐ ನೀಡ್ D1. D1 is profit that is distributed. ಸೊ ಇಲ್ಲಿ I have net profit minus preference dividend. I am going to get profit available to equity shareholders divided by shares, profit per share. ಅದು ಬೇಕಾಗಿರೋದು ನನಗೆ. ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ವಿತ್ ದಟ್. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತಾ? ಮತ್ತೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. This is total profit minus preference dividend after calculation. Profit available to equity shareholder ಬರುತ್ತೆ. Divide by number of equity shares, dividend per share. D1 ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ ನಿಮಗೆ. ಫಾರ್ಮುಲಾ ಹಾಕಿ ತೋರಿಸ್ಲಾ ಒಂದ್ಸತಿ? ಯು ನೀಡ್ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್? ಒಂದ್ಸತಿ ನೋಡ್ಬಿಡಿ. ನೆಟ್ ಪ್ರಾಫಿಟ್ ಮೈನಸ್ ಪ್ರಿಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಡಿವಿಡೆಂಡ್, ಅರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಅವೈಲಬಲ್ ಟು ಈಕ್ವಿಟಿ ಶೇರ್ ಹೋಲ್ಡರ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ಡಿವೈಡ್ ಬೈ ನಂಬರ್ ಆಫ್ ಶೇರ್, ಅರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಪರ್ ಶೇರ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಈ ಅರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಪರ್ ಶೇರ್ ಇಸ್ ಫಿಕ್ಸ್ ಫಾರ್ ದ ಎಂಟೈರ್ ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್. ಸಬ್ ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್ ಎ, ಇಫ್ ಪೇ ಔಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಜಸ್ಟ್ 25%, so dividend is equal to EPS into 25%. Now you apply that formula. P is equal to ಈ ಡಿ ಏನು ಕ್ಯಾಲ್ಕುಲೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ ಅದು ಡಿವೈಡೆಡ್ ಬೈ ಕೆ ಇ ಮೈನಸ್ ಜಿ. ಈ ಥರ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಲ್ಲ ಹೇಗೆ ಮಾಡೋದು ಅಂತ? ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್. Where is it raining? ಯಾರಿಗಾದ್ರೂ 25% ಪಿ ವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದ್ರೆ ರೈಸ್ ದ ಹ್ಯಾಂಡ್. ಎಷ್ಟು ಬಂತು ದರ್ಶನ? 150. Shall I start the discussion? Yes? Check this out. We are in dividend decisions, Adrali Gordon, where this was question number 14. Eat, not this, not this. Shall I do the calculation? Yes, I have to do it now. I have no other option. I can't find the answer. Ida alva. See, first we will calculate net profit minus preference dividend 12% of 100 lakh earning available to equity shareholder by number of equity shares earning per share 6 rupee banta. ಆ 6 ರೂಪಿಯಲ್ಲಿ first time you're paying 25%. That is sub question A. So dividend is 25% of this divided by KE 16%. BR G G ಬೇಕು ನಂಗೆ G direct ಆಗಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ. So we will take B into R. 20% into what is B? 25% is what I distribute. What is B? Retention 75%. So 75% of 20%. You will get first answer as 120. Sorry, 150. Next, second one. 50% retained, 15% distributed. So you will get KE minus G. E G no node 50% of 20%. You will get this value as 50 and third time 37.5. So you have already earned the return more than expected value. 16% expected, I earned 20% return on investment. Don't pay dividend. The more dividend you go on paying, investors will feel your company is bad. Always it is like that. So it is best to give minimal amount of dividend. Zero dividend should be paid. If dividend increases, price decreases. Remember this. Artha aitala? We'll do one more question. 16th one. XYZ is a company having 10 lakh capital of 10 rupee each. It distributed dividend of 20% per annum. Annual growth rate is 2%. Expected return is 15%. Expected return on a 15% KE. What you wanted. What I earn, ಎಲ್ಲಿದೆ ಅದು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ. We know dividend 20%. We know annual growth rate 2%. Calculate price of share using Gordon's model. G ಬೇಕು ನಂಗೆ, ಗ್ರೋತ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ, KE ಬೇಕು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಡಿವಿಡೆಂಡ್ 20% is distributed. ಈ ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಬ್ಯೂಟ್ ಮಾಡೋಣ? 20% ಪ್ರಾಫಿಟ್ ಇಂದ. Do you have any information about profit? No ma'am. ಆಗ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ 10 lakh ಇಂದಾನೆ 20% ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಬ್ಯೂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ. 15.6. Correct. 15.69. See, dividend is face value 10 rupee into 20% plus growth rate. ಯಾಕೆ growth rate ಅನ್ನು add ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ? That's how you calculate next expected dividend. So your answer will be D1 divided by KE minus G, 15.69. ಆಗಿದೆಯಾ? Time for us to go for Walter. After Walter, we'll take a break. How to calculate Walter? Look at the formula. You remember Gordon ಅಲ್ಲಿ the formula was D1 divided by KE minus G. So basically KE or some written percentage goes in the denominator. ಇದೇ ತರ even in Walter approach D divided by KE ಬಂದೇ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. But in the numerator, apart from dividend also, we say market price of the share also depends on something else. What is that something else? R by KE of E minus D. ಮ್ಯಾಮ್ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಏನದು? Profit available to equity shareholders, profit after tax or earning per share. Will make it earning per share 20 rupee. 20 ಅಲ್ಲಿ if I give dividend of 5, what happens to balance 15? Retained earning. ಈ retained earning ಅನ್ನೇ E minus D ಅಂತ ಕರಿತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. Is this clear to everyone? This retained earning grows along with my company growth. ನನ್ನ ಹತ್ರನೇ ಇತ್ತು ದುಡ್ಡು, ನಾನು ಗ್ರೋ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರೆ ಇದು ಗ್ರೋ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಆ ಗ್ರೋತ್ ಹೇಗಾಗತ್ತೆ? ವಾಟ್ ಎವರ್ ರಿಟರ್ನ್ ಐ ಅರ್ನ್, ಅದೇ ರಿಟರ್ನ್ ಪ್ರಕಾರನೇ ಇದು ಗ್ರೋತ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಕರೆಕ್ಟಾ? ಸೊ ಯು ಕ್ಯಾಲ್ಕುಲೇಟ್ price using the formula D divided by K. This is general. Whichever formula it is, this is generic. Plus E minus D, retained earning, into R by KE. Mami, R ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತು, ಬೈ KE ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ ನನಗೆ. ಇಫ್ ಯು ರಿಮೆಂಬರ್ ಆನ್ಯುಟಿ ಅಂತ ಬಂದಿದೆ ಟೈಮ್ ವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂ ಆಫ್ ಮನಿಯಲ್ಲಿ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಐ ಟೋಲ್ಡ್ ದ್ಯಾಟ್ compound interest chotu amount divided by percentage I would give you huge amount annuity. So whenever you want to calculate huge amount, you always divide by some percentage. Similarly, I told, say 12% preference share capital of rupee 100 each, it becomes, let's say, 12 lakh. How much is the dividend out of this? ಓಕೆ, ಇದನ್ನು 10% ಮಾಡೋಣ. 10% ಇಂಟು 12 lakh, ಕರೆಕ್ಟಾ? ಇಫ್ ಐ ವಾಂಟ್ ದಿಸ್ 12 lakh, isn't it dividend choto amount divided by 10%? Dividend value will become 1.2 lakh. So choto amount divided by percent will always give you big amount. ಅದೇ ಥರ E minus D into R would give you one choto amount. Divided by KE, you're going to get big chunk of retained earnings. So, dividend and retained earning put together divided by KE, you're going to get full price of the share in the market. This is the actual formula. ಇದು ಬರೆಯಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ D plus R by KE into E minus D ಅಂತ ಹಾಕ್ತಾರೆ. ಇಫ್ ಯು ಅಂಡರ್ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ದಿಸ್ ವೆಲ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಗುಡ್. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ವಾ? ನೋ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್, ಬೈ ಆರ್ಟ್ ಇಟ್. ಹೋಗೋಣ ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನಿಗೆ. ವಾಟ್ ಇಸ್ KE? Expectation of shareholder. What is D? Dividend received by the shareholder. What is E? Earning per share. Profit per share. Earning per share. What is R? How much is the return that the company got, return on investment? Remember all this? I want you to calculate. ಇದು Mrs. XY Limited earning, dividend payout ratio, number of shares, KE equity capitalization rate 12%, return small letter r 15%, calculate market price of share. Formula ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. If you want, I'll show the formula once again. Formula is this. P is D plus R by KE, E minus D whole divided by KE. This is the formula. Start. You're in wrong course. Have I ever told you that? Anyone got the answer? Repeat. 45.83. ನೋಡುವ. Walter. Question 7. Question 8. Correct. Dividend is 3. Ma'am, ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಬಂತು ಅದು? 60% is payout ratio from 5 lakh. 5 lakh into 50 percentage. Earning per share 5 lakh by 1 lakh. Dividend per share, earning into payout ratio divided by dividend per share by number of equity shares is going to be 3. After you calculate this, 3 plus 15% by 12%. If you want, you can calculate it as decimal values or you take full. It does not matter. 5 minus 3 whole divided by 0.12. You get 45.83. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತಾ ಇದು? Anyone wants me to help you out again? ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲ? you would have stuck in this part ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಅಬ್ಬಬ್ಬಾ ಅಂತ ಅಂದ್ರೆ it has sub question B which says what is optimal dividend payout ratio. Use your memory. You expected 12, I gave you 15. Don't give any dividend. Zero. If dividend is zero, price would become 52. Highest 45 ಇದೆಯಾ 52ಗೂ ಹೋಗ್ಬೋದು. ಸ್ಟಾಪ್ ಪೇಯಿಂಗ್ ಡಿವಿಡೆಂಡ್. ಅನ್ನೆಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಬಿಸ್ಕೆಟ್ ಹಾಕಬಾರ್ದು. You understood this? We'll do one more problem and we'll take break. ಹೋಗೋಣ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಒನ್ಗೆ. ಎಸ್ ಮ್ಯಾಮ್. ದಿಸ್ ಗೋಲ್ಡಿಲಾಕ್. ಸುಹಾಸ್. ದರ್ಶನ್. They became very happy after seeing me. ನಕ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋದ್ರು. What's the answer? ಯಾರಿಗಾದ್ರು what's the answer? 131.25. ಇಲ್ಲಿ earning per share 4 lakh. Total 40 lakh equity capital is there. So what is earning per share? 10. How did you get 10? Number of equity shares 40,000. 4 lakh is earning per share. Divide these two, you will get earning per share. Next, price earning ratio 12.5. ಕಳ್ಳನ್ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಅದನ್ನ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. KE can also be given as 1 by PE ratio. I had taught this in the class. KE is expectation, so 1 divided by PE ratio 12.5. Calculate ಮಾಡಿ. Tell me what is KE. ಎಷ್ಟು ಬಂತು? How much did you get? 0.08 or 8% is KE. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ ಮ್ಯಾಮ್? ಹೌ ಡಿಡ್ ಯು ಗೆಟ್ ದಿಸ್? ಸಿ PE ratio means market price per share by earning per share. If I want ulta, earning per share by market price per share, 1 by KE, 1 by PE ratio. This is nothing but KE. You remember KE ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದಿತ್ತು ಡಿವಿಡೆಂಡ್ ಬೈ ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟ್ ಪ್ರೈಸ್, ಅರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಬೈ ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟ್ ಪ್ರೈಸ್, ಎರಡು ನಾವು ಡಿಸ್ಕಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. ದಿಸ್ ವುಡ್ ಗಿವ್ ಯು KE ವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂ. ಸೊ ಐ ಕ್ಯಾಲ್ಕುಲೇಟೆಡ್ KE ವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂ 8%. ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ? ಡಿವಿಡೆಂಡ್ ಪೇಡ್ 3,20,000. ಓ ದೇವ್ರು. ಸೊ ಡಿವಿಡೆಂಡ್ ಇಸ್ 3.2 lakh ಡಿವೈಡೆಡ್ ಬೈ 40,000. ಎಷ್ಟಾಗುತ್ತೆ? 8 ರೂಪಿ ಪರ್ ಶೇರ್ ಇಸ್ ದ ಡಿವಿಡೆಂಡ್ ಪೇಡ್. ಇವಾಗ ಏನು ಮಾಡೋಣ ನಾವು? ವಿ ಆರ್ ಕ್ಯಾಲ್ಕುಲೇಟಿಂಗ್ ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟ್ ಪ್ರೈಸ್ ಯೂಸಿಂಗ್ ವಾಲ್ಟರ್ ಅಪ್ರೋಚ್. 131.25, 8 rupee dividend, R by KE, 10% by 8%, E minus D, whole divided by KE, 131.25. It's simple only. Exam ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾ? They would give you one full information, ask you to calculate both Walter and Gordon. 10 mark question ಆಗೋಯ್ತು. Done? Time for us to take 15 minutes break, mini break. ಏನಾಯ್ತು ನಿವೇದಿತಾ? 6 ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಬಂತು ಅಂತನಾ? 10%. We'll go to the question. ಹೌದು, 6 ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಬಂತು? You earned 4 lakh. You had 40 lakh. So how much have you earned? Our return on 40 lakh investment is 10%. Darshana, ಏನಾಯ್ತು? I have played Darshana song in class. I didn't play Darshana song in class. ಬೇಡ ಬಿಡಿ, ಯಾವುದೋ ಲವ್ ಸಾಂಗ್ ಅವೆಲ್ಲ, ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ಫೀಲಿಂಗ್ಸಿಗೆ ಹೊರಟೋಗ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀರಿ. The third, the most important one, which comes in every alternate exam, is MM approach. Before I go to MM approach, let's revise. Gordon, how do you calculate market price of share? D1 divided by KE minus G. Next, Walter approach. How do you calculate market price of share? D plus R by KE of E minus D whole divided by KE. These two you are familiar. MM approach is usually a 10 mark question where one part dividend is issued, another part dividend is not issued. What is the market price of share? These two told that dividend influences market price. Relevance theory. Irrelevance theory antano ide, where we say that whether you give dividend or you don't give dividend, your market price remains same. So MM approach ali, this person Modigliani Miller, two statisticians, they told that dividend can influence the market price, dividend may not influence the market price. Eradu barutte. So for every question, you see this sub question 1, dividend is declared, not declared. Two calculations are involved, and every question has 4 steps under it. Step number 1, ile hakana, calculation of price at the end of the period. ಈ P1 ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲ್ಲ ನಮಗೆ, P0 ಅಂದ್ರೆ beginning of the period, D1, K, everything will be given to you in the question. You calculate P1. This is your step number 1. Step number 2, calculate funds that is required for investment. Question ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಾರೆ, some new business has to start, for this so much of amount is required ಅಂತ. What we will do now, how much funds is additionally required? We issue equity shares at 110 and we raise it. You have to calculate how many shares are required. I want 1 lakh. Each share is 110. Tell me how many shares I have to issue. I'm repeating. I want 1 lakh. Each share is 110. Tell me how many shares I have to issue. Do the calculation. 1 lakh by 110. Correct. So number of equity shares is 909.09. Aita? Last step, why did you calculate so much? Because they are asking you to calculate value of the firm. How do you calculate value of the firm? Old, I had some equity, plus new, I issued some equity. Add up these two, you will get value of the firm. So this is your step number 4. See, step number 4 ali, old you already had some shares, new shares you issued into price P1 end of the year, plus retained earning minus investment basically gives you liability side of the balance sheet divided by 1 plus KE. This is going to give you full value of the firm. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ? ಸ್ಟೆಪ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಯಾವುದೂ ಸೇಮ್ ಥಿಂಗ್ ಯು ವಿಲ್ ಡೂ ವೆನ್ ಡಿವಿಡೆಂಡ್ ಇಸ್ ಪೇಡ್. ನಾಟ್ ಪೇಡ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಡಿ 0 ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, paid andre illi some D will be there. Same to same things. First step, calculate price per share. Second step, calculate funds to be issued. Third step, calculate number of shares to be issued. Fourth step, calculate value of the firm. Value of the firm will be equity plus retained earning plus everything on liability side minus asset side divided by 1 plus KE. This formula I want you to write. Write down main heading MM approach. Main heading MM approach. 4 steps to solve are 4 steps to solve are first one, calculation of price at the end, P1. Write down this formula. You have to calculate P1. P0 will be given to you in the question. You just have to put the values and calculate P1. First step, calculation of P1. Write down the formula. Done? Step 2, heading funds to be raised. Step 2, heading funds to be raised. Step 2, heading funds to be raised. Step 3, heading number of shares to be issued. Number of shares to be issued. Number of shares to be issued. Write the formula. Equity amount divided by price per share. Agidya? Step 4, value of the firm. Write down the formula. Agidya, we'll start with the questions now. Question 1. Fourth question. M Limited belongs to the risk class where capitalization rate is 10%. Andre KE. It has 25,000 shares. Current market price is 100. Andre P0, P0, 100. It expects net profit of 2,50,000 and dividend of 5 rupee per share. Andre D1, 5 rupee per share. M requires to raise 5 lakh. Step 2 ಅಲ್ಲಿ funds required ಅಂತ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲಿಗಿದು. M requires to raise 5 lakh. Show how MM approach affects M Limited if dividend is paid, dividend is not paid. First step ಏನು? What is first step? Read out. Calculation of price. You do that. Apply the formula. P0 is given. You find P1. One tapi one. Two cases you will do. Case one, dividend is paid. Dividend paid ಗೆ ಮಾಡಿ. 5 rupee. 105. Okay. 105. Everyone got dividend paid. Check. ಇದೇನಾ? ಇದೇನಾ? Yes. Step number 1, you're calculating P1. ಈ 1.1 ಲೆಫ್ಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಸೈಡಿಗೆ ತಗೊಂಡು ಮಲ್ಟಿಪ್ಲೈ ವಿತ್ 100, ಸಬ್ಟ್ರಾಕ್ಟ್ 5, 105 ಆಯ್ತು. ಸ್ಟೆಪ್ ನಂಬರ್ 2, how much you are required to raise? How much you are required to raise? 5 lakh. 5 lakh, 105 for each share. Calculate number of shares. ಅದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಮುಂಚೆ, do we have retained earning? Yes, ma'am. ಯಾಕೆ? We distributed 5. What about balance earning per share? ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿ, net profit 2,50,000 divided by 25,000 ಅಂದ್ರೆ 5 rupee. Sorry, 10 rupee earning per share. ಆ 10 ನಲ್ಲಿ I just distributed 5. Balance is retained earning. So 5 lakh ಅಲ್ಲಿ retained earning ಇಂದಾನೆ ನಾನು 1,25,000 ತಗೋತೀನಿ. I only need capital for 3,75,000. Did you understand this? I want 5 lakh. I already have retained earning with me. Why will I take for 5 lakh? I'll only take for the balance. Retained earning, how do you calculate? Profit minus dividend given gives you retained earning. Now calculate number of shares to be issued. 3,75,000 divided by 105. Number of shares ಎಷ್ಟು ಬಂತು? 3,75,000 divided by 105, 3,572. Now calculate value of the firm. You already know the formula. Old number of shares 25,000, new number of shares 3,572 into 105 per share plus retained earning that we have. Sorry, profit that we have minus investment divided by 1 plus K. After you complete this calculation, repeat the same steps with first step called dividend 0. What is value of firm? 25 lakh. First. Secondly, price 110 because there is no dividend. Amount to be raised 5 lakh ali. 2 lakh is from retained earning because I'm not giving any dividend at all. Entire profit is my retained earning. So only 2 lakh 50 is what I'm trying to raise by issuing shares at 110, 2,200 shares. Calculate value of firm. Allo 25 lakh na? You see, whether you give dividend or you don't give dividend, value of the firm remains same. Change ಆಗಲ್ಲ. ಆಗಿದೆಯಾ? You all understood how to calculate MM approach? If yes, I'll directly go to exam questions. ಗರ್ಲ್ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ ಕಾಲ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾಳೆ, ಓಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾನೆ ಅವನು. Done? Okay. Exam question. CS Executive December 2023 exam. Guidance answer. ನಾವು ಹಂಗೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಿದ್ದು ಪುಟ್ಟ. ಗರ್ಲ್ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ ಬಾಯ್ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ ಹೆಸರನ್ನ ಅಣ್ಣ ಅಂತ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸೇವ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊತಾ ಇದ್ದಿದ್ದು. 71. ಯಾಕೋ ಅಷ್ಟು ಖುಷಿಯಾಗಿದ್ದಾನೆ ಲೈಫಲ್ಲಿ. ಕಾಲ್ ಸಿನಾರಿಯೋಸ್, ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಅಕೌಂಟ್, ಇದೇನೋ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, P&L ಅಕೌಂಟ್, ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರದ ಸರ್ಜೈ, ಇದೇನಿದು ಇನ್ಕಮ್ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್, ಯಾವುದಕ್ಕಿದು ಕ್ಯಾಲ್ಕುಲೇಟ್ ನೆಟ್ ಇನ್ಕಮ್. ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಆಗಿದೆ ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ, ಬೇಡ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಕ್ಯಾಲ್ಕುಲೇಟ್ ನೆಟ್ ಇನ್ಕಮ್, ಇದು ಬೇಡ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಇದು ಬೇಡ. ಎಲ್ಲಾದ್ರೂ MM ಅಪ್ರೋಚ್ ಅಂತ ಕಣ್ಣಿಗೆ ಬಿದ್ರೆ ಓಕೆ, ಐ ವಿಲ್ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಡೂ MM. ಯಪ್ಪ, Jai. Try. Sub question 1 and 2. All you have to do is calculate market price of share. December 2023 exam. The first attempt under new syllabus. P0 is 100, currently quoted at par. Dividend is 10. KE is 12%. Sub question 1 and 2 calculate ಮಾಡಿ. Calculate market price of the share at the end of the year. ಓಯ್ ಫುಲ್ ಬೇಡ, ಜಸ್ಟ್ P1. ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಜಸ್ಟ್ P1. ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಟೆಪ್ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. How many completed? I want you to only calculate P1. Nodana, answer na. What's the answer you guys got? 112 and 102. ಆಗಿದೆಯಾ ಇದೆರಡು? Let's go to sub question 3. Basically the same formula. P1 plus D divided by 1 plus K. Okay. Irli. Next sub question D. Assuming that the company pays dividend, and the dividend is declared, and it has net profit 5 lakh, makes new investment of 10 lakh. 10 lakh ಬೇಕು ನಂಗೆ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಚೆಕ್ ವಾಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದ ರಿಟೈನ್ಡ್ ಅರ್ನಿಂಗ್. ರಿಟೈನ್ಡ್ ಅರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಎಷ್ಟು? ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾಡ್ 5 lakh profit, out of which we paid dividend. So in that case, balancing figure is going to become my retained earning. Raise new shares from that using that P1 that you calculated in D2. How many new shares must be issued? Value of firm beta. How many shares we need? Aste calculate. Value of firm beta. Case 2 ಅಲ್ಲಿ number of shares ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಎಷ್ಟು ಆದಿತ್ಯ? 582. 5 1001 5000. ಅವ್ರು ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇರೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಆನ್ಸರ್ ಕೊಡಿ. ಒಂದೇ ಆನ್ಸರ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ಎರಡು ಬರಲ್ಲ. ಡಿವಿಡೆಂಡ್ ಇಸ್ ಪೇಡ್ ಸಿನಾರಿಯೋ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೌ ಮೆನಿ ಶೇರ್ಸ್? ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡೋಣ. Check. There was profit of 5 lakh, out of which 1 lakh dividend was distributed. How do we get to know 1 lakh dividend is distributed? Number of shares into dividend per share. Dividend per share is to 10. Number of shares is to 1000. So, sorry, 10,000. So, dividend will be 1 lakh. How much fund is required for investment? Balancing figure. 10 lakh minus 10 lakh minus dividend distributed, retained earning in the baratala adu. So total 6 lakh is required. How many did not get 6 lakh? Raise the hand. How many want me to explain this? Matte repeat ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀನಿ. I wanted 10 lakh. ಈ 10 lakh ಅಲ್ಲಿ I had already earned 5 lakh profit, out of which 1 lakh we had given away as dividend. So 4 lakh ನನ್ನ ಹತ್ರ already ಇದೆ retained earning. 10 lakh ali 4 lakh is retained earning, 6 lakh rupees is the one that I need to raise. Divided by divided by price of the share 102. 6 lakh by 102, number of shares is 5882. ಇಷ್ಟೇ ಕೇಳಿರೋದವರು and the question is done. ಇನ್ನೂ ಯಾವ್ದಾದ್ರು ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್ ಬಂದಿದ್ಯಾ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಅ ಮಿನಿಟ್. ಎಲ್ಲಿದ್ದೇವೆ ನಾವು? ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ಯಾರು? CS ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್. ಓಕೆ, ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ದಿಸ್ ವಾಸ್ 2023. ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್ ನಂಬರ್ 2C ಅಂತೆ. 2C. ಹುಡುಗ ಆಗಿದ್ರೆ ಐ ವುಡ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಸ್ನ್ಯಾಚ್ ದಟ್ ಫೋನ್, ಮೆಸೇಜ್ ಆಲ್ ದ ಗರ್ಲ್ಸ್ ಇನ್ ಅ ಕಾಂಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಲಿಸ್ಟ್ ಟೆಲಿಂಗ್ ದಟ್ ಲೆಟ್ಸ್ ಮೀಟ್ ಟು ನೈಟ್. ಆವಾಗ ಕೋಳಿ ಮೊಟ್ಟೆ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು. ಛೇ, ಎಲ್ಲಿದೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಡಿವಿಡೆಂಡು? ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಓಕೆ, ದಿಸ್ ಒನ್, ಡಿವಿಡೆಂಡ್ ಪೇಔಟ್ ರೇಷಿಯೋ, ರಿಟೈನ್ ಅರ್ನಿಂಗ್. You can try this question 2C. Start. Not specifically related to this chapter, you just have to calculate profit. ತುಂಬಾ ಈಸಿ. ಪ್ರಾಫಿಟ್ ಕ್ಯಾಲ್ಕುಲೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ. ಸೇಲ್ಸ್, ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್, EBIT, ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟ್, EBT, ಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್, ನೆಟ್ ಪ್ರಾಫಿಟ್, ಡಿವಿಡೆಂಡ್, ರಿಟೈನ್ ಅರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದಾರಾ? Read the next line. This year the company is forecasting 25% increase in sales, expects that its year-end operating cost will be around 70%. Okay, it's expected that tax rate, interest, dividend, everything will be same. Calculate net projected income and ಗ್ರೋತ್ ರೇಟ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಡಿವಿಡೆಂಡ್. ನಿಮಗೆ ಆ ಇನ್ಕಮ್ ಅಂದರೆ ಪ್ರಾಫಿಟ್ ಕ್ಯಾಲ್ಕುಲೇಟ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ಅಷ್ಟು ಕ್ಯಾಲ್ಕುಲೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ. ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಪಾರ್ಟ್ ಗ್ರೋತ್ ರೇಟ್ ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ, B/R. You calculate first part. Just calculate new profit, new net income. ಎಷ್ಟು ಬಂತು? Sales 600 plus 25%, whatever value you get, into 70% is your operating cost. ಬಂತಾ? ವಾಟ್ಸ್ ದ ಆನ್ಸರ್? ಯಾಕೆ ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ? ವೇರ್ ಆರ್ ಯು ಸ್ಟಕ್ ನಿವೇದಿತಾ? Ratio is constant. Okay. You might have got the answer till here, 111. That's not a problem. Illi 40%, 60% ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. How do we get this 40%? Let's go back to the question. You see 21.6 divided by 54. Madi? 21.6 divided by 54 percentage? 40%. So this percent 60%, 40, 60 percentage wise the same, amount will vary. So ನಿಮ್ಮ ಆನ್ಸರ್ ಏನು ಬಂದಿದೆ? ಪ್ರಾಫಿಟ್ ಆಫ್ಟರ್ ಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ 44.4, 66.6 ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. Is this clear? I think till here there's no problem. ಎಲ್ಲಾರ್ಗು ಆನ್ಸರ್ ಬಂದಿದೆ. Next step, they are expecting you to calculate growth rate. G is equal to B into R. You remember that formula? ಈಗ dividend payout ratio last time was 40%. ಅದನ್ನ ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಡಿ. Expected growth rate will be ಈಗ currently as compared to last time, how much has the dividend increased? Divided by old dividend into 100. 105% is the growth in dividend. ಇದನ್ನ ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು. ಗ್ರೋತ್ ರೇಟ್ ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಗ್ರೋತ್ ರೇಟ್ ಇನ್ ಡಿವಿಡೆಂಡ್ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಗ್ರೋತ್ ರೇಟ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಬಿ ಇಂಟು ಆರ್. ಐ ಆಮ್ ರಿಪೀಟಿಂಗ್, growth rate B into R. Growth in dividend compared to last year, this time, how much have I increased? You take the calculator, 21.6 plus 105.55%. I'm repeating, 21.6 plus 105.55%. ಬಂತಾ 44.4? ಹಾ, ಈ ಪರ್ಸೆಂಟೇಜ್ನ ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, 105.55%. How do you calculate that? New dividend minus old dividend by old dividend percentage. You will get expected growth rate in a dividend. That's it. That's the end of this chapter. Dividend decisions. ಒಂದು ಕ್ವಿಜ್ ಆಡಿ ಬರೋಣ. For the chapters that we have done, one quiz ಆಡೋಣ. ಇಂಟರ್ನೆಟ್ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ ನೋಡ್ಬಿಡಿ, ದೆನ್ ವಿ ವಿಲ್ ಪ್ಲೇ ಕ್ವಿಸ್. ಬೇಡ ಮ್ಯಾಮ್, ಅಮೂಲ್ಯ ಇಸ್ ಟೆಲಿಂಗ್ ಬೇಡ ಮ್ಯಾಮ್, ನೆಟ್ವರ್ಕ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಮ್ಯಾಮ್. Starting with the last chapter for today, which is marginal costing. Tomorrow I'll be only doing capital budgeting and one more, working capital management. As of now, marginal costing. Yes. NPV, risk analysis, IRR, decision making, RADR, operational approach. Few things that you should know in marginal costing is, first one, contribution. Sales minus variable cost gives you contribution, minus fixed cost gives you profit. If they are asking you to calculate PV ratio, contribution by sales into 100, or it can be change in contribution by change in sales into 100. So what information is given in the question, based on that it depends. Contribution by sales into 100. This is the most common one that we are going to use. Next, break-even point. When there is no loss, no profit, that level is known as break-even point. If they are asking you break-even point unit, how many students should come for CS executive class so that we don't go under loss, neither there is profit. That is fixed cost, and then how much amount we are going to spend by contribution, the profit that I get from each and every student. So fixed cost by contribution per unit. But if I want total amount, break even amount, ಯಾವ ಲೆವೆಲ್ಗೆ ನನ್ನ ಪ್ರಾಫಿಟ್ ಲಾಸ್ ಏನು ಮೀಟ್ ಆಗಲ್ಲ, ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ಸೇಲ್ಸ್. ಬ್ರೇಕ್ ಇವನ್ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ವಿ ಆರ್ ಆಕ್ಚುಲಿ ಆಸ್ಕಿಂಗ್ ಯು ಸೇಲ್ಸ್, ಹೌ ಮಚ್ ಸೇಲ್ಸ್ ಶುಡ್ ಹ್ಯಾಪನ್ ಸೊ ದಟ್ ದರ್ ಇಸ್ ನೋ ಪ್ರಾಫಿಟ್ ನೋ ಲಾಸ್. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಫಿಕ್ಸ್ಡ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಬೈ ಪಿ ವಿ ರೇಷಿಯೋ. ರೇಷಿಯೋ ಡಿವೈಡ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಮೌಂಟ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಪರ್ ಯೂನಿಟ್ ಕಾಂಟ್ರಿಬ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಡಿವೈಡ್ ಮಾಡಿ ನಂಬರ್ ಆಫ್ ಯೂನಿಟ್ಸ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಥರ್ಡ್ ಒನ್, ಇಫ್ ಯು ವಾಂಟ್ ಟು ನೋ ವಾಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದ ಡಿಸೈರ್ಡ್ ಸೇಲ್, remember this is contribution. Contribution by sales gives you PV ratio. So contribution by PV ratio gives you sales. How do you calculate contribution? Last in the mandre contribution minus fixed cost gives you profit. Now you do profit plus fixed cost, that gives you contribution value. And remember one point, that at break even point, contribution is equal to fixed cost. There is no profit, there is no loss. Profit becomes zero. Idadmele there is margin of safety. Total sales na I can divide it into two parts. Break even point is when there is no profit, no loss. Margin of safety sales is the level where there is profit. Even if there is 1 rupee profit, that sales is known as margin of safety. So margin of safety is actual sales minus break even sales. Balancing figure is margin of safety, or profit divided by PV ratio. This also gives you margin of safety. Let's start with questions. Directly I'm going Laila. First to normal question, one question madana, then we'll go for previous year exam questions. Yaro ಬೈದಿರೋದು? Third question. X Limited made 1 lakh sales. Profit is 10,000. Fixed cost is 15,000. Find PV ratio. Sales to earn profit of 15,000. ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಬೇಡ, ನಂಗೆ ಪಿ ವಿ ರೇಷಿಯೋ ಕ್ಯಾಲ್ಕುಲೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ. ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ವಿತ್ ಸೇಲ್ಸ್ ಮೈನಸ್ ವೇರಿಯಬಲ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್, ಕಾಂಟ್ರಿಬ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಮೈನಸ್ ಫಿಕ್ಸ್ಡ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್, ಪ್ರಾಫಿಟ್, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ತನಕ ಮಾಡಿ. ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಪಿ ವಿ ರೇಷಿಯೋ, ಕಾಂಟ್ರಿಬ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಬೈ ಸೇಲ್ಸ್ ಇಂಟು 100. I want you to calculate only PV ratio. ಎಷ್ಟು ಬಂತು ದರ್ಶನ? PV ratio 85%. %25%. Let's check. What's the question number? Yeah, I'll stop the recording. Yes. Idena. Is this the one? 1 lakh sales. Net profit, they told 10,000. Fixed cost, they told 15,000, and the reverse workout. 25,000 contribution banta. I know variable cost would become balancing figure 75,000. So your first question was, what is PV ratio? Contribution by sales into 100. You will get 25,000 by 1 lakh into 100. Your answer will be 25%. Artha aitala? You draw the format, fill up the values, and go on doing reverse calculation. Agidya? Shall I go for exam question? ಇದು ತುಂಬಾ ಫೇಮಸ್ ಈ ಚಾಪ್ಟರ್. ಎವ್ರಿ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮ್ ಇಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಕಮ್. ವಿಲ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ವಿತ್ ಹೂ ಆರ್ ಯು? CS. December 2023 exam, question number 6A. ಯಾರೋ ಬೈತಾ ಇರೋದದು? ಸೂರ್ಯ. Okay, this is June exam. This is December exam. 6A. ಇಲ್ಲಿದೆ. Start. Give the heading December 2023 exam, ABC Limited. Question 6A. Provides you following information. Calculate PV ratio. And then you do the format. Sales minus variable cost, contribution minus fixed cost, profit, contribution by sales into 100. First do that. First total cost calculate ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಡಿ, then life becomes easy. ಇರೋ ಬರೋದೆಲ್ಲವುದೂ ವೇರಿಯಬಲ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗತ್ತಲ್ವಾ? Direct material, direct wages, prime cost. Yeah, traditional method ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿ, that's better. ಉಲ್ಟಾ ಮಾಡಿ. ಈಗ ಮ್ಯಾಮ್ ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಿ, ನಾರ್ಮಲ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಶೀಟ್ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಇಫ್ ಯು ರಿಮೆಂಬರ್, ಇದು ನಾರ್ಮಲ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಶೀಟ್ ಈ ಫಾರ್ಮ್ಯಾಟಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿ. ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮೆಟೀರಿಯಲ್, ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಲೇಬರ್, ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೆನ್ಸ್, ಪ್ರೈಮ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್, ಅದಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲ ಆ್ಯಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಹೋಗಿ ಯು ವಿಲ್ ಗೆಟ್ ಟೋಟಲ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಸೇಲ್ಸ್, ಆ್ಯಡ್ ಪ್ರಾಫಿಟ್, ಸೇಲ್ಸ್. ಈ ಥರ ಫಾರ್ಮ್ಯಾಟಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿ. ಇಟ್ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿಕಮ್ ಈಸಿ. ವಾಟ್ ಎವರ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್, ಗೋ ಆನ್ ಆ್ಯಡಿಂಗ್ ದಟ್. ಫಿಕ್ಸ್ಡ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಬಂತು? ಫಿಕ್ಸ್ಡ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ 8,000 rupees. ಓಕೆ. Anyone who gets PV ratio, raise the hand. ಲೈಫಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಸಡನ್ನಾಗಿ ಸ್ಟಾಪ್ ಆದಂಗೆ ಆಯಿತು ನನಗೆ. Anyone got it? Or shall I start? PV ratio ಎಷ್ಟು? Sorry, profit ಎಷ್ಟು? Wrong. ಇರ್ಬೋದು. ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು. Shall I start? Yes, ma'am. ಇದೇ ಫಾರ್ಮ್ಯಾಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. This is which exam is it? December 2023 exam. Question 6A. Let's start. ಅವ್ರು ಏನೇನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದಾರಲ್ಲ, ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಹಾಗೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗೋಣ. ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮೆಟೀರಿಯಲ್, ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್ ವೇಜಸ್, ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ರಿ ಓವರ್ ಹೆಡ್. ಓಕೆ, ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮೆಟೀರಿಯಲ್ 20,000. ಕೀಪ್ ಯೋರ್ ಮೌತ್ ಶಟ್. ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಲೇಬರ್ 16,000. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಅದರ್ ಓವರ್ ಹೆಡ್ ಏನೂ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲ. ಓಕೆ, ಹಾಗಾದ್ರೆ ಪ್ರೈಮ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಪ್ರೈಮ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ 36,000. ಮ್ಯಾಮ್ ಈ ಫಾರ್ಮ್ಯಾಟ್ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೂ ಪರವಾಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಎಸ್, ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ರಿ ಓವರ್ ಹೆಡ್ ಹಾಕೋಣ. ದೇ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟೋಲ್ಡ್ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ 25% ಆಫ್ ದ ವೇಜಸ್. ಸೊ 16,000 ಇದನ್ನ ನಾನು ವೇಜಸ್ ಅಂತಾನು ಕರಿತೀವಿ. ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ದಿಸ್ ಆಸ್ ವೇಜ್ ಇಂಟು ವಾಟ್ ಪರ್ಸೆಂಟೇಜ್? 25%, which is 4,000. So 40,000 is going to be your factory cost. ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರೊಡಕ್ಷನ್ ಏನಾದರೂ ಹಾಕಿದಾರಾ? ವೇರಿಯಬಲ್ ಅಡ್ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರೇಟಿವ್ ಓವರ್ ಹೆಡ್ 10% ಆಫ್ ದ ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ರಿ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್. ಓಕೆ, ಆಡ್ ವೇರಿಯಬಲ್ ಅಡ್ಮಿನ್ ಓವರ್ ಹೆಡ್ 10% ಆಫ್ ದ ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ರಿ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ 4,000 ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಇದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ವೇರಿಯಬಲ್ ಸೆಲ್ಲಿಂಗ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಬ್ಯೂಷನ್ 4 ರೂಪಿ. ಓಕೆ, ಪ್ಲಸ್ ವೇರಿಯಬಲ್ selling and distribution ₹4 into how many units are sold? 1,000 units. 1,000 units, idunu 4,000 agate. Total 48,000 ಆಯ್ತಾ? ಓಕೆ, ಇನ್ನೂ ಏನೇನು ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಇದೆ? ಫಿಕ್ಸ್ಡ್ ಓವರ್ ಹೆಡ್. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ತನಕ ಬಂದಿರೋದನ್ನ ನಾವು ಏನು ಅಂತ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ? ಪ್ರೊಡಕ್ಷನ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಆಯಿತು. ಅದಾದಮೇಲೆ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಗೂಡ್ಸ್ ಸೋಲ್ಡ್ ತನಕ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ ಇದು. ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಆ್ಯಡ್ ಫಿಕ್ಸ್ಡ್ ಓವರ್ ಹೆಡ್ 8,000. ಇದು 56,000. ಇನ್ನು ಮುಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಏನೂ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಸೇಲ್ಸ್ ಹಾಕ್ಬಿಡಿ. ಇದು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬರಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು, ಬಟ್ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಫೈನ್. ಆ್ಯಡ್ ಪ್ರಾಫಿಟ್, which is the balancing figure. You're going to get sales. And sales again, they have given 1,000 units sold at 64. 1,000 into 64, 64,000. ಎರಡರದ್ದು ಬ್ಯಾಲೆನ್ಸಿಂಗ್ ಫಿಗರ್ ಎಷ್ಟು? 8,000. ಪ್ರಾಫಿಟ್. ಇದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಲೆಟ್ಸ್ ಕ್ಯಾಲ್ಕುಲೇಟ್ ಸ್ಟೆಪ್ ಎ, ಪಿ ವಿ ರೇಷಿಯೋ. How do you calculate PV ratio now? Contribution by sales upon 100. But a contribution illa anta andre contribution by sales into 100. Nang contribution gottilla andre ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ? From sales subtract all variable cost by sales into 100. So what is sales? 64,000. All the variable costs that you can see illi tanka, cost of goods sold, this I will take as variable cost. 48,000 divided by sales 64,000 into 100. How much did you get? PV ratio? Arey, sit and calculate. 25% ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ? Check. Yes, ma'am. 25%. Second, they are asking you to calculate break even point. Question remaining silent. We always assume this is an amount, not unit. Break even point is equal to fixed cost by PV ratio. This is the formula. Fixed cost illinda barutte. Fixed cost 8,000 divided by PV ratio 25%. 32,000. is break-even point. Next, margin of safety. See, margin of safety, total sales minus break-even point, 64,000 minus 32,000. All the balance 32,000 is going to give me profit. Margin of safety sales. And the last one, profit. We already calculated it. Sales minus cost of sales, 64,000 minus 56,000, 8,000. Even if you do a part of this answer, you will get some mark, if not everything. ಏನಾಯ್ತು ಏನಾಯ್ತು ಅಮೂಲ್ಯ ಇನ್ನೊಂದೇ ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀನಿ Will you do next question from last exam, December 2024 exam, last question for the day. ಬೇರೆ ಯಾವ ಚಾಪ್ಟರ್ ಇದೆ ಈಗಲೇ ನೋಡ್ಬಿಡಿ ಇನ್ಯಾವ್ಯಾವ ಚಾಪ್ಟರ್ ಇದೆ ನೋಡ್ಬಿಡಿ ಪೋರ್ಟ್ಫೋಲಿಯೋ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಥಿಯರಿ ಐ ಆಮ್ ನಾಟ್ ಡೂಯಿಂಗ್ ಇದು ಯಾವ ಚಾಪ್ಟರ್ ನಡೀತಾ ಇರೋದು ಮಾರ್ಜಿನಲ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಇಟ್ ಸೆಲ್ಫ್ ಇಸ್ ಆಪರೇಷನಲ್ ಡ್ಯಾಶ್ 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 ಆಮೇಲೆ ಕ್ಯಾಪಿಟಲ್ ಬಜೆಟಿಂಗ್ ವರ್ಕಿಂಗ್ ಕ್ಯಾಪಿಟಲ್ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಎರಡೇ ತಾನೇ ಮೇನ್ ಆಗಿರೋದು ಟೈಮ್ ವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂ ಆಫ್ ಮನಿಯಿಂದ ಬರೀ ಥಿಯರಿ ಕೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಗಿವ್ ಥಿಯರಿ ಅಬೌಟ್ ಆನ್ಯುಟಿ ಅಂತ ಸೊ ಐ ಆಮ್ ನಾಟ್ ಸ್ಟ್ರೆಸ್ಸಿಂಗ್ ಮಚ್ ಆನ್ ದ್ಯಾಟ್ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್ ಇಸ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಡಿಸೆಂಬರ್ 2024 exam. This is question number 6B. Six, 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 six. Yes. Last question for the day. Calculate PV ratio. Sales needed to generate 3,75,000 profit. Net profit when sales is 37 lakh and break-even point. If format ಮಾಡಿ, life will become easy. Do the format. Sales minus variable cost, contribution, do that format. ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಜಾಸ್ತಿನೇ ಸೀರಿಯಸ್ ಆಗಿ ಕ್ಯಾಲ್ಕುಲೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಿ. ಎನಿವನ್ ಗಾಟ್ ಪಿ ವಿ ರೇಷಿಯೋ? ಪರವಾಗಿಲ್ವೇ? ಲೆಟ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್. This is December 2024 exam. 6B. We will calculate income statement where we have sales minus variable cost, contribution minus fixed cost, you get profit. Whatever you know, you fill it up. Sales 25 lakh, net profit 2.5 lakh, variable cost 3.75 lakh. Add these two, what value are you getting? Subtract these two, what's the balancing figure? This is the main base, A, PV ratio. You're going to get this as contribution divided by sales into 100, which is 6.25 lakh divided by 25 lakh into 100. What's the value? 25%. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಆಗಿರಲ್ಲ. If the problem comes, that's the next one. Sales needed to generate 3.7 lakh profit. ಈಗ B, 3.7 lakh profit. I know fixed cost is always 3.75 lakh. Reverse workout. Contribution is 2. 7 lakh? 50,000. Okay. What was this percentage? 25%. Remember this. 7 lakh 50 is 25% ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಈ 75% ಎಷ್ಟಾಗತ್ತೆ? Take the calculator. 7 lakh 50,000 divided by 25% into 75%. Repeat. 22.5 lakh. Add up these two. Ashte. That's your answer. Reverse workout. So being an answer, sales under reverse workout is going to be 30 lakh rupees. Darshan. Next, net profit when sales is 37.5 lakh. See, sales is 37.5 lakh. Take the calculator into 75% ಮಾಡಿ. Repeat. 25% is to balance 9 lakh. Fixed cost same 3,75,000. So what's your profit? 5,62,000 exact. 500. So see, net profit is equal to 5,62,500. D, break-even point. We have a formula for this. Fixed cost divided by PV ratio. Do the calculation. Fixed cost 3,75,000 divided by PV ratio 25%. 15 lakh. So sales up to 15 lakh will not fetch me any profit. Sales above 15 lakh will fetch me profit. I told I'll leave at 5:30, exact 5:30 I'm leaving. Tomorrow, the time might vary a little because 2:30 ತನಕ ನಾನು ಲಂಚ್ ಕೊಡಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಅಂದರೆ ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ನನ್ನೇ ತಿಂದಾಕ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀರಿ. So we'll do one thing. Tomorrow, keeping half an hour as lunch break, 3 o'clock ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಟೈಮನ್ನು. Okay? So tomorrow's timing will be 10:30 to 3. Not okay, na? Okay, na? Okay. How many will not come tomorrow? ಕಳ್ಳನ್ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಯಾರು ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲ? ಓಕೆ, ಸಿ ಯು ಆಲ್ ಟುಮಾರೋ. ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ಡೂಯಿಂಗ್ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಟೂ ಚಾಪ್ಟರ್ಸ್. Important chapter is working capital management. Capital budgeting is still fine. That's it. Chalo, chalo. Take care. Thank you so much. Bye. ಆದಾಬ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾನೆ ಅವನು.